communication workshop with our eminent resource persons from DBT India Alliance team. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our guest from DBT India Alliance. We have Dr. Soumya Kantikar, Grant Advisor from DBT India Alliance. We have Dr. Tanya Das, Grant Advisor from India Alliance. Ms. Isha Goel, Grant Advisor from DBT India Alliance, is with us. And we have Ms. Hemashri Bhattacharya, Senior Executive Science Communication from DBT India Alliance. We welcome you all to Amity University. This workshop aims to researchers in the biomedical findings and develop competitive grant proposals. It will cover important topics such as ethics in research, scientific writing, responding to editors and reviewers, effective oral presentation, science communication, and funding opportunities at India Alliance. I want to give a short brief about the India Alliance. DBT India Alliance is a India Alliance is a funding body which gives funding for the research in the health and biomedical sciences in India. India Alliance invests in transformative ideas and supportive research ecosystem to advance discovery and innovation to improve health and well-being. Its funding is being done by DBT, Government of India, and the Wellcome Trust, UK. This workshop has been organized by DBT India Alliance and Amity University to give the maximum advantage to all the participants, those who are physically present. And we are glad to inform that a lot many researchers have joined us online. They will also take the benefit of this advantage. So, taking the event forward, I would request Ms. Isha Goel to begin with the first session, that is ethics in research and communication. Before beginning the session one, I would request Ms. Hemashri Bhattacharya to give a brief about the India Alliance. Ma'am, please.
Good morning, everyone. Warm welcome to today's science communication workshop. So I'll just briefly talk to you about what India Alliance is. For those of you who are new to it, I'll begin. So India Alliance, as has been mentioned already in the during our introduction, is its full name is DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance, and both these organizations, the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and the Wellcome Trust from UK came together to form this institution some 15 years back from this day. So once it started in different phases, and we'll talk about what happened in the different phases in our coming slides. But I want to show you what are the goals with which India Alliance was formed. Our sphere of action is to advance discovery and innovation to improve health. So it's a very broad spectrum of things that come under the remit of India Alliance. We try to support education, training, research in science and technology. And this science communication workshop is part of that. We try to build capacity in biomedical and health research. We try to strengthen the research ecosystems in India, foster interdisciplinary and international collaborations. Collaborations is a very important part of our work, and we try to make science accessible to all. So some of our sessions will cover this in detail. So as I mentioned already, that is a public charity, and we try to invest in transformative ideas and supportive research ecosystems, so that to advance discovery in human and animal health and well-being. So this, you can see the journey that started in 2008, and we are now in the second phase of India Alliance, and we have added different fellowships and grants on our journey. So tomorrow, the last session, we will discuss more about what are the different grants and fellowships available. But in the meantime, we'll have sessions about different forms of science communication during these 2 days. So I'll just briefly talk you through our pan-India reach. The numbers may not, you can see that we have reached and we have funded many institutions and universities across India, 133 organizations across different cities. And our goal is to always reach out to more and more newer institutions. Also, we fund all types of institutions, be it government, private, academic, or even NGO, charitable trusts, and all. We will delve more in detail about all this during our funding opportunities session. So some other things that India Alliance does, apart from the work, the funding and grant, is the communications angle. And today science communication is a part of this our journey to make science more accessible and capacity build young scientists to make better science more accessible to all, and to other scientists to foster collaboration. So one of them here, you can see, is the India EMBO lecture course. This is a lecture course which is is a collaboration between European Molecular Biology Organization and India Alliance, and we jointly fund some lectures. So if any of you are interested, you can go up to India Alliance website or India Alliance. I would suggest you to follow our social media handles, one of them in LinkedIn, Twitter, or or Facebook, where we post this kinds of all kinds of smaller funds or smaller support that we provide for organizing this kind of programs. The next workshop is Developing Indian Physician Workshop. This is mainly for the clinicians and public health practitioners who want to be do good research. So it is aimed at developing this and support this ecosystem. So this is another kind of workshop that we have. And we also fund several scientific meetings and provide travel grants, which we'll talk about again in the funding opportunities session. So we not only talk about, we not only try to fund, find certain activities or certain researchers, we try to fund, try to support the, create enabling policies and enabling supportive environment for researchers to work in. And for this, we require several other qualities in us, or develop some skills in us. So this is why the science communication workshops, or things workshops like this are quite important. Also, we facilitate open research, and as I had mentioned about science communication workshops, so far we have conducted a lot of more than 120 science workshops, and we have reached out to more than 9,000 participants so far, and we hope we have been able to make a difference here. So I'll not talk about the numbers, but mostly I've spoken about this initiatives at all. These are other initiatives that are come from time to time. The India Science Media Fellowship. This is for media persons to learn more about scientific journalism and how to write a science story. The public engagement is a very important component of India Alliance, and we try to fund and support, and also collaborate with different institutions for public engagement programs. So these are some of the public engagement programs we have. We also have a very vibrant in-house media and publishing, so that you will be able to view our YouTube channel and see different kinds of videos on important aspects of India Alliance. Like we'll have some podcasts there, we'll have video series, or also we have videos related to public engagement by our side, our fellows who have been funded or who has gotten the public engagement funding, and you can look into their work and what kind of work they have done. So this funding I will skip through now, because we have less time. We will again discuss this tomorrow after we have gone through the sessions. So most importantly, I would ask you to follow our social media websites, because we keep on announcing all our activities there, any other kinds of announcements for workshops and everything there. But the most important thing that I would like to say, that for this 2 days, we will try to have more and more interactions with us. We are not someone who has come with a module to talk and discuss with you all, but we'd like to know more from you about your challenges, your issues, and what ideas you have. This should be more of a discussion forum instead of a one-way communication forum. So it would be, I will be very happy to for you to interrupt any of our speakers in between and ask questions. In fact, we encourage it, and we hope this 2 days will be a good something that we all can take away from it. So thank you so much. This was a brief about India Alliance, and you will learn more about us through all our presentations. So now I hand over to my colleague, Ms. Isha Goel. She'll be taking the session on ethics in research and communication. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Isha from India Alliance, and I'm going to present the boring topic of research ethics, but I hope to make it as interesting as possible. And I want everyone to blurt out answers and blurt anything that come into your mind and be as prompt as possible. So we have a 2-hour session to go. And I think first we should start with what are ethics according to you? So ethics in research, what do you mean by it? And even if we coin the word ethics, what comes to your mind? Like you would feel it's about trust, it's about being good, it's about being morally correct, it's about taking care not to harm anyone. So if we see what our senior scientists feel about this, ethics is a discipline of dealing with what is good and bad with moral duty and obligation. Ethics has also been called the religion of science. Research ethics are guidelines for responsible conduct and dissemination of research. So, here is another question. Do noble ends ever justify evil means? Research is always for creating new medicines, finding cures, and creating something that helps the public. But if evil means are used to conduct that research, or say, mainly this is seen in the cases of clinical trials or animal experiments. So what will you do? Like, would you say yes, it is justified, or would you say no? Where do we draw the line regarding what is acceptable and what is not acceptable? If we see some classic examples of research done unethically, first one is Tuskegee syphilis study. This was done in 1932, from 1932 to 1972. So in the USA, there was a study where they wanted to see how the progression of syphilis in patients without any medication. Even though penicillin was discovered at that time, 400 African Americans people were hired who had syphilis, but they were not told that they had syphilis. And they were given placebo injections as bad blood, testing for bad blood or something. And the disease progression was seen in them. The outcome of this was 128 deaths and racial discrimination. The second classic example was seen during the World War II, where medical research was conducted on victims. There were clinical trials on men, women, children, elderly, and all procedures were conducted without anesthesia. The outcome was medical torture. So when research is done unethically, it has a lot of bad impact as well. Not just you are creating something, but you are creating an example of torture, and the backlash that you get is loss of funding or employment, legal actions which takes time and a lot of money, psychological distress that you create within yourself also and amongst others around you, damaged reputation, time-consuming and costly proceedings, and effect on scientific innovation and progress. You lose the trust. And science communication is also an important thing where ethics need to be considered. When science communication goes wrong, climate change becomes a whole hoax instead of a reality. When it had been told by scientists long back that climate is being affected horrendously. And now we are at the edge where a climate has reached to the state where it might not be reversible. We are living in a world with forest fires, global warming, cyclones, and extended wildlife. And the classic example that was seen recently was misinformation during COVID, where right communication was not done and things led to people denying the vaccine. And it made the pandemic longer than it could have been shortened much more. Why must research and science communication be done ethically? To promote the aims of research. Aims of research are knowledge, trust, and public well-being. To promote values essential for collaborative work. If you are not an ethical person, you won't get the trust and people won't believe in your integrity and you won't be able to conduct collaborative work. Hold researchers accountable to the public. Research is done from public funds and for the public. Build public support for research and uphold moral and social values. So why do researchers behave unethically? What's the reason behind this? We call it academic guilt. So here in this comic strip, you can see a PhD or a postdoc student saying he has written only one article in this year and is under the pressure of writing more. While a professor is under the impression that he has been author on only 16 articles this year and needs to hire better PhD and postdoc students. It's a loop and it will go on. So what's the theory that is fueling this unethical research behavior from the researchers? It can be either called a bad apple theory, where the person himself does not believe in morals or is psychologically disturbed or jealous from someone else's publications or their progress and wants them for themselves. Or the environment is imperfect, where they don't have the means and they need maybe more publications to get more funding. They are insecure and have not received the proper mentoring that is required to know what is right and what is wrong. They are driven by over-ambition and unhealthy competition, or there is just inadequate training. So we will, through this session, we will go through the various points that make research unethical and try to see where we can be right. So during the course of this talk, we will go through 13 case studies, discuss each of them, and each case study will teach you something that I hope you take away from this session and are able to apply in your scientific careers. So we will talk in 5 aspects. First is, how is this unethical in scientific experiments? In relationship between researchers, in human research involving human subjects, research involving animals, and research outcomes. So starting with research scientific experiments, first we'll see plagiarism, then data fabrication and data falsification. Starting with plagiarism. So here is a case study for you, and I want an answer for this. An author submitted a paper to a journal. A similarity check revealed 48% similarity with another paper published in a different journal. The similarities between the papers were in the introduction, methods, and discussion sections. The submitting author did not reference the published article. So what do you think? Was it right or wrong? Yes, it was wrong. And this is a case of plagiarism. Similarly, a student submits a paper on AIDS. The professor finds out some crucial information in the paper is paraphrased from an old article that first published the findings in 1984. The student has not cited the source of the material. So since the text is from a very old paper, is it okay to use it without citation? Yes, these both are types of plagiarism. Plagiarism is presenting someone else's work or ideas, published and unpublished, as your own without full acknowledgement. It can be intentional or unintentional. It applies to text, computer code, illustration, graphs, and images. And the source can be published, unpublished articles, journals, lectures, theses, or websites. So plagiarism can look like copy someone's work. Citing a source improperly is also a type of plagiarism. Failure to cite a source is definitely plagiarism. And creation of false sources is also a type of plagiarism. And turning in another person's work, even if he or she is a colleague or junior or senior, is also a type of plagiarism. So plagiarism is of two types, wholesale or mosaic. Wholesale is the author borrows or steals material written by someone else and submits as if it's their own. While mosaic can have 5 types, it can be verbatim, where you are exactly putting the portions without quotation marks or the reference to the source. You are copying conceptual is copying facts or ideas without attribution. Structural, adopting the original way of approaching a problem without attribution. Accidental, neglecting in citing a sources, misquoting a source. And self-plagiarism is reusing portions of one's own work without attribution. Even self-plagiarism is seen by all funding bodies seriously. So if we go back to the case study 1 and 2, what do you think is the type of plagiarism that was seen in the case study 1? Where the author did not reference the published article and took sections, introduction, methods, and discussions. This was a type of wholesale plagiarism where whole sections were taken from there. The second example, where some crucial information was taken, was a type of mosaic plagiarism, but in the category of accidental plagiarism. How can we avoid plagiarism? Paraphrase your content. Like, if we are to write this statement from Miller, uptake of 300 cc injected medicine was reduced by 1/3 for each 0.05% of increased hypoxia in tumored organ. If you have to write this in your study, you need to paraphrase it according to your understanding of what this means. This can be written as, in his 2012 study, Miller discussed recent innovations in interferon drugs and noted that increasing levels of tumor hypoxia significantly reduce the uptake of Regnofev. Okay. Use quotations. Quotation marks are very important because all plagiarism detection softwares do not consider the content that is there between quotation marks. But the point is, the content that you put between quotes needs to be exactly the same from the source. It needs to be verbatim. And the source needs to be mentioned. Cite your sources properly. All journals give proper guidelines on how the citations need to be cited. So use the proper formats. Maintain records of the sources you refer to using softwares like Mendeley. And use plagiarism checkers like Authenticate, DupliChecker, Turnitin. And consult your mentors for feedback. If you have any doubt, always consult and talk to people around you. A quick question: which of the following is not used for checking plagiarism? Turnitin, LaTeX, Authenticate, or Urkund? LaTeX. LaTeX is a type of paraphrasing software. We move to the second type, which is data fabrication. Now, here is another case study. Vijay, who has just finished his first year of graduate school, is applying to National Science Foundation for a pre-doctoral fellowship. His work in a lab where he did a rotation project was later carried on successfully by others. And it appears that a manuscript will be prepared for publication by the end of the summer. However, the fellowship application deadline is June 1st. And Vijay decides it would be advantageous to list a publication as submitted rather than in progress. Without consulting faculty members or other colleagues involved, Vijay makes up a title and author list for a submitted paper and cites it in his application. Was Vijay right in making up a title and author list for his potential paper? I don't think it is right in any way or sort. So this was totally wrong of Vijay, and this comes under the example of fabrication in a grant proposal. Every grant agency checks for data fabrication, and so it is also important that you update your online list of publications, like on ORCID, Google Scholar. All these are used by all funding agencies for cross-checking the data that is present in your applications. So data fabrication is practice of generating data without having performed the relevant research. Reporting experiments that were never conducted. Manipulation and misrepresentation of accurate data. Making up research participants or co-authors. Yoshitaka Fuji, 2012, is a very popular case where he conducted a human trial and he created all his human participants for his studies, which was all in his mind and on the paper, which never happened. And he has made the record of having the highest number of research papers being retracted. We now have a publication policing by portals like Retraction Watch and PubPeer. And people like Elizabeth are very active in checking for any kind of data fabrication that is present. So Retraction Watch and PubPeer are very popular sites which are kept track of by most funding agencies. Data falsification. Now, we have Dr. Gomez here, and he will be with us through the journey of data falsification. Dr. Gomez is preparing a manuscript for submission to a prominent journal and is trying to decide the best way to present her image and gel data. Other postdocs in the lab tell her that her results will have to look clean to be able to impress the editors and reviewers. She comes to you for advice about the following potential figures. We will go through the figures one by one now. Imaging data. So she complains that the best fluorescence images of her protein called excitin often have an unexplained bright blob of material that looks like junk and will be distracting to readers. She debates what to do, including covering up it with insect, fixing the problem by masking the junk using the clone function in Photoshop, or by cropping the picture out, like that part out. Or none of these. What would be your advice to her? Which is the best option out of these to represent this picture in her publication? Tell me. First one, cover it up by insect with the junk. Okay. Anyone else has any other opinion? Will you not be okay with cropping it out? Original picture, yes. That is the right answer because the data needs to be presented in its most accurate way. Dr. Gomez can be advised to repeat the experiment to see if there is any significance to that blob that is coming. Otherwise, this image can go as it is and it will be appreciated by the publishers if she would put it as it is and tell that this is something that has been coming up in her images and she is not able to understand. That would be a better representation and it shows the integrity of the researcher. Yeah? Yes, exactly. In the figure legend and in the discussion at both places, this needs to be stated. The practice of manipulating and changing or omitting data with the intent to deceive is data falsification. So in this, we saw manipulation of image, playing with contrast, brightness, differential treatment of parts of one image, or image duplication. If you see this image, this is coming very light. Okay. Is it visible? So in this image, you will see that the boxes in green are the same image in this array, which is showing two different types of cell in panel 3 and panel 4, but the same image has been copied in two places. Similarly, if you see the boxes in blue, highlighted in blue, in the column C, those are same. So this is the kind of image manipulation that is being tracked by people like Elizabeth, and this leads to an author being caught, and then it leads to further analysis of all their research papers. Now, here we have a case, and Dr. Gomez's next question to you is involving her STS page gels. Dr. Gomez thinks that she accidentally loaded less protein sample into lanes 2 and 3. Her colleague tells her that she should just adjust the darkness of these lanes so that the intensity of the bands look equal. He says this is permissible because it involves changing the darkness of the entire lane and not just one band. So, what do you think? Is this right? To change the darkness of lanes 2 and 3 because she by mistake added less protein. This is totally not right because we are changing the darkness of a part of an image and we are leaving lane 1 out. If the darkness was increased of the whole image, that would be more suitable. And that also should be stated. Important considerations for handling images are store the raw and original files always. Inform and seek opinion of your team and lab members about acceptable image manipulation practices. Modify the entire image equally always, not parts of it. While comparing images from different conditions, modify all conditions equally. Do not alter background fuzziness too much, or the image will look fabricated to the publisher or any funding agency. Indicate clearly which parts of an image are spliced and altered. No specific feature within an image should be introduced, removed, obscured, or moved. And disclose details of any adjustments and software used in the figure legends or in the methodology. These are very important points. I think we can move to the next case where we are handling a graph. So while putting together results for a manuscript, she needs to hurry and submit soon. And Dr. Gomez's collaborator, Dr. Randall, provides the following graph saying that his supervisor has advised that the single point that doesn't fit with the rest to be deleted. He recommends Dr. Gomez to do this to make the graph more presentable and pretty. I think everyone has seen this situation with their data sometime. And so what do you think? Is it okay to remove that one outlier or is it not? Can we have some mics there so that I can hear people from the back? Yeah. So you mean to say the graph should be replotted and it should be told that how they are plotting the data?
The point should be kept as is, but the thing is that we can put the error bars so that the data points could be
Yes.
accommodated.
Yes, totally. That can also be done. And all these outliers might have some biological significance that we might miss, or it can also play a huge role if it is tried to see why it is coming there. So the advice here will be to repeat the experiment and try to see what's the reason behind this. And if the reason is not found, just present the data as it is so that if someone else is doing the study again, they don't feel that there is a difference.
Excuse me. In that case, we can use mean value instead of repeating and again, as ma'am suggested. We
Yeah.
can put a bar, or we can use mean value, maximum and minimum plus in mean
Yes,
value.
we can do that.
So it will reduce the cost of the research overall. By instead of repeating, we can take mean data.
Yeah, that is true, but it also depends on the type of significance that the graph has. Presenting the mean is also fine, or maybe presenting this data as it is might hold more value in that paper. So it will be your decision according to the situation that is being presented. I'm not able to.
We repeat like the experiment like in 2-3 times, and then only after that we get a standard error mean or whatever.
Yes.
Then we saw there.
Yes.
So I think no need of any further repetition after 3-4 repetitions. I think 3 repetitions.
Yeah, and if
We
the
always do, right?
yeah, and if the outlier is present in all 3 repetitions, then it should mean something. So it should not be removed. Yes. So removing outliers in data sets and changing, adding, or omitting data points is also a type of data falsification. Now, overstating results. In 2018, psychology PhD student William McAuliffe co-published a paper in prestigious journal Nature Human Behavior. The study concluded that people become less generous over time when they make decisions in an environment where they don't know or interact with other people. Was fairly nuanced. But the university's press department, perhaps in an attempt to make the study more attractive to news outlets, amped up the findings. The headline of the press release heralding the publication of the study read, "Is big city living eroding our nice instinct?" From there, the study took a new life as stories in the press appeared with headlines like "City life makes humans less kind to strangers." So here, in the interpretation of the study was about this interpretation wasn't correct, and the study was conducted in a lab, not in a city. Or neither it was a variable that is it in a big city or a small city. And it measured investing money, not overall kindness of people. So this is how, when research is overstated in media, that results to misinterpretation of the data or the findings of that researcher. And it creates a different kind of situation among the public. So making false claims and overstating results is also a type of data falsification, which might not be the fault of the researcher, him or herself. But when they see that their findings are being misinterpreted or being presented in a way that is not true to the study that was conducted or is beyond the limit of the study that was conducted, then they should go ahead and state that this is not right. This is a very famous case of Haruko Obokata in 2014. So in January 2014, two Nature articles were published by Dr. Haruko Obokata, and her co-authors attracted considerable attention. The authors proposed a simple way to turn ordinary body cells into pluripotent cells. They said, a short soak in a weak citric acid solution enabled cells to differentiate into any type of cell, a highly sought achievement in stem cell research. However, excitement over the stimulus-triggered acquisition of pluripotency cells quickly faded. Days after publication, comments on social media platforms like Twitter and other blogs questioned whether the images in the articles had been altered, and also noted that the text was plagiarized. Most notably, despite the described soak's simplicity, no one else could replicate the original results. So everyone felt that they were doing it wrong, or there must be something else that Dr. Obokata was doing that was inducing pluripotency to the cells. And because the process was so simple and the claim was so huge, nobody thought that anyone could falsify such a claim. And it led to two Nature publications, but everything was retracted. Now her career is gone down and all her papers are under scrutiny. So this shows that data falsification is just, it's time bound when it will come in the public domain, and you won't know and you will be held accountable either now or later. So it's very important to be careful regarding the publications that you are an author on, because all authors are accountable for what's being published. Data dredging, p-value hacking, and data phishing. This is also a type of data falsification where people just make up data. And if we should always be cautious that if there are softwares that help you with data manipulation, there are also softwares that will catch hold of you as well. So everyone needs to be careful. With this, we are moving to the next type, that is relation between researchers. Here comes the question of authorship. Authorship is something that every researcher deals with in their career. And if we have to define the definition of authorship, it can simply be defined with three words: significant intellectual contribution. If a person has significant intellectual contribution in the study, they are bound to be authors on that study. Here we have a case study which I think everyone here will relate to. Dr. Geller has two labs, one in Sweden, one in the UK. In Sweden, he has his PhD student, Brenda, and in UK is Sonali. Both study different aspects of the same pathway. Now, Sonali finishes her PhD within 3 years. She moves to a different lab as a postdoc. She is still working with Geller on some pending manuscripts from her PhD. Whereas Brenda has an extendable scholarship and is taking her time with her PhD. According to the Swedish higher education system, Brenda is in Sweden, so Brenda needs at least one senior author publication before being awarded her PhD. After 5 years, Brenda discovers that she does not have enough results to publish a good paper. With the intentions of helping out Brenda, Geller decides to put Brenda as a co-author on Sonali's paper. In return, he offers to put Sonali's name as a co-author on Brenda's paper, if and when it gets published. Now, Sonali refuses. She does not want this. She is not, she does not want another first author paper. Geller then offers her shared first authorship on Brenda's paper. He tries to persuade Sonali by saying that she would be doing Brenda a huge favor and get a first author paper in exchange for her understanding. So in this situation, if you were in place of Sonali, what would you do? Would you take the offer of having another person on your paper and get another first author paper in return for and this will be your understanding, and this will also make your PhD guide happy?
Like if you are in a group, so helping others would be good, but I think it would be unethical if we just like in a professional, if you think about like in a professional way, so it would be unethical.
Yeah.
But I don't agree with that. Like if
Okay.
we should give her authorship.
See,
Just for
if everything goes well with the paper, do you want to say something?
Although it is unethical, but I agree with the fact that being a human being, a person should help Sonali. So,
Help Brenda.
yeah.
Okay. Do we have any other responses? There's one.
I think the person who is going to be in the list of authors have a significant contribution in the article.
Yes.
Without having a significant contribution, and you are talking about the first author.
Yeah.
So first author has to done more than 60% of the work of the article, including the experiments and the write-up. Without having that done, nobody should be considered as the first author of the article in any journal.
I totally agree.
Thank you.
One more option can be there. Sonali can help Brenda to finalize his experiments and see what is not working.
Yeah.
She can help her intellectually
Hmm.
so that Brenda can work
Hmm.
and make some data of her own, publishes that, and then put Sonali also as one of the co-authors because she has helped her in intellectually working out the experiments. So this is the best strategy to follow.
Yes.
Because Brenda already had an extended fellowship also.
Yes.
And Sonali can help her online with discussion so that she can go on with her experiments.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think, okay. Okay. So I agree with all those points. Intellectual significant contribution is very important. And there's another thing to note here, that all authors on the publication are accountable for what's being published. So if there is anything wrong with the publication, if Brenda's falsifies data somewhere which is caught later, then Sonali will also be responsible if she is on that paper. So at least all authors should know what's being published and should agree to it, and not give names just for the sake of giving the name in that study. So, who can be an author? To be an author on any publication, you need to fulfill all these 4 criteria, which is substantial contribution to design of a study, and drafting and revising the article for intellectual content, and approval of the final version, and agreement to be accountable. All these 4 points need to be met by any author on any publication. And without this, if you are agreeing, then you are putting yourself at risk. And who can't be an author? So we have 3 types here. Guest authorship. This is a person who has no contribution to research or writing, but inclusion increases the credibility of the research. Say it's some huge scientist who has huge name in a particular field. You give them guest authorship on your paper to increase credibility. So that is not right. Gift authorship associated with the research, but on no substantial contributions, and which was being given to Sonali. And ghost authorship, substantial contribution, but no authorship is being given. That is also not correct. Every journal sees that, tries to make sure that if there are any complaints from a person that this article had their contribution and they are not, they take it very seriously. How to decide on authorship? The main thing that you can do is start thinking early in the process regarding the roles, according to the contributions all the people are making in the study. And be flexible, make changes based on what's happening during writing of the manuscript and the experimentations and during the potential rounds of revision. Revisit this process just before and after the submission. Talk with your faculty mentors and advisors. Consult target journal guidelines for authorship and acknowledgement. Science is a collaborative endeavor. Make sure relation between researchers is upheld. So, I have another question. Can ChatGPT be an author?
No.
Why? It writes such good papers.
It can be an author.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. Can we have a mic there?
Basically, ChatGPT is searching based on transformation algorithm. So it's just based on keywords. So if you cross-check it, 90% times CrossGP as well as BARD both gives wrong information of the earlier published data in author-wise and date-wise. So it is just based on your keyword using the algorithm. So you cannot be, it's not trustworthy, so it couldn't be an author.
That's true, but ChatGPT is also being trained.
That is being trained, but still not the biological data which is being published by authors that trained for that.
Okay. I think someone online was trying to speak.
Ma'am, it creates text for you, but it never gives reference. It never adds reference.
I totally agree.
That is why we can't give any authorship.
Yeah. So if you put a lot of papers and your result and ask it to write the discussion part, it can write it for you. So what you will do then? You will have to check it. So if we take help regarding this from so ChatGPT, according to COPE guidelines, or which is or IGMCE, which are the main ethical guidelines for publications, they may say ChatGPT cannot be an author on any publication because it cannot be held accountable for what it's writing. You cannot hold a software accountable for writing something. So it cannot ever be an author. And but you can take help from ChatGPT in writing, but that needs to be properly told what was the query string that was fed into ChatGPT, what was the result that you got, and how it has been used in that publication. It needs to be in the cover letter and also mentioned in the methodology. And if this process is not followed, then content from ChatGPT will be seen as plagiarism from ChatGPT. And all journals are coming up with their own guidelines, and softwares are being put in place for checking content from ChatGPT. So it's a caution to, if you are using, it's good to use the new technology in town, but make sure that you are following the guidelines. I think we have time for a break now, and then we can resume from the next part.
Thank you, Isha. It was indeed a very learned session. Whatever you told is being utilized by each and everyone, and it is quite informative. I request all the participants that will have a 15 minutes short tea break. You may proceed to have tea and light snacks outside the store. And I want to inform that there is a little inconvenience with regards to the gents washroom. Because of the maintenance of the washroom at the lower ground floor, I request if you in any case, if you want to use the washroom, you can move to the first floor. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll be starting with the third point. Which is research on human subjects, which is a major part of what makes research unethical also. So we will visit a case study. So here, Mrs. Franklin, an 81-year-old Alzheimer's patient hospitalized under your care, has been asked to participate in a clinical trial, testing a new drug designed to help improve memory. You were present when the clinical investigator obtained a signed consent form from Mrs. Franklin a few days ago. However, when you visit Mrs. Franklin today and ask her if she's ready to begin the study tomorrow, she looks at you blankly. She seems to have no idea what you are talking about. So what should you do? Should you allow Mrs. Franklin to be to participate in the study or not? What would you do in this case? Yes, I think we all agree that Mrs. Franklin is not at all ready for the study. And hence, we comes to ethics of conducting human research. So there must always be a autonomy pertaining to both informed consent, voluntary, competent decision-making by the human participant, and the privacy of personal information in research involving human participants. It is very important, and it is the main thing that needs to be taken care of. And beneficence, which is research is being carried out for the overall good of the society at large. There should be non-beneficence, which means all efforts will be taken to prevent or mitigate harm to all of the human participants. And fidelity and trust on the investigator, which is very important. If you see the cartoon here, shows how not to engage with human participants, where the patient is panting, struggling to breathe, running on a treadmill, and doesn't even know why he's doing it. And the doctor researcher lounges comfortably in his chair. In India, the ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, supports and fosters initiatives towards ethical conduct of biomedical and health research. The bioethics unit of ICMR is involved in the development of ethical guidelines, policy, and supplementary guidance related to various types of biomedical research conducted in the country. So here are also a few sources you can refer to learn from, especially if you are a part of clinical trials. So after the syphilis experiment, which we talked about in the recent slides, and the unethical, inhumane human experiments that were done during World War II, a series of institutional changes took place and brought in different types of conducts, code of conducts. So amongst which first was Nuremberg Code. Oh, sorry. I forgot to change the slide. Okay. Among that was a Nuremberg Code. In 1947, it was Code for Biomedical Research was first to focus on the importance of informed consent. There are 10 points of code which explicitly state on the importance of obtaining the consent from the human subject. Then the Declaration of Helsinki, World Medical Association, which was last amended in 2013, further commented on the status of the subject's welfare over the interest of science and society. And then came the, finally in India, as mentioned earlier, ICMR is the apex body of biomedical research and has published ethical guidelines for biomedical research on human participants, which are followed in all institutions. So we move to use of animals in research. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Second one should be voluntary participation. Third one should be voluntary self-decided withdrawal. And fourth one should be, confidentiality.
Yes.
So I think those points needs to be very much emphasized. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah. So hi everyone, I'm Dr. Rupak. I'm an anthropologist and implementation scientist working with Center of Anthropology as associate professor. I've been with public health research for 17 years since my completion of my PhD. Thank you very much, everyone.
I agree with the points. And when we say with human subjects, it's very important that their personal information is kept confidential. Yes. I had received some other discussion with some other people here regarding human subjects, and I would like to accept that currently I don't have answers for those questions, but I can assure you that I'll get back to you regarding this. Use of animals in research. So Dr. Geller and Dr. Brook have a different case here, and they are designing a study to evaluate the level of eye irritability caused by chemical X in mice and rabbits. The proposed protocol includes 3 experimental groups, 10 mice and 5 rabbits per group, exposed to varying levels of chemical X daily for a period of 3 months. Dr. Geller explains to Dr. Brook, toxicological tests using a test tube approach have recently proven successful in similar studies. Therefore, we may not need to use animal subjects in this study. Dr. Brook dismisses Dr. Geller's suggestion on grounds that, in her experience, scholarly journals tend to place higher value on results derived from animal experimentation compared to in vitro methods performed without a living organism. Dr. Geller stops advocating for the in vitro approach because Dr. Brook is more senior researcher. Was Dr. Geller right in suggesting an approach that did not use animals? What do you think? I think most of us agree that Dr. Geller is right in suggesting that the animal use be reduced. And the new approach could have been investigated further to see its credibility. And it might have even given some results that might have made the use of animals more appropriate and more specific to the study. So, if in case of animals, we follow the 4 R's: reduce, refine, replace, and responsibility. So, reduction implies that you use fewer number of animals to create the data, or you get more info from the same number of animals. Refine, which means to implement methods that minimize animal suffering and improve welfare. Replacement means, where possible, adoption of methods which avoid or replace the use of animals. And responsibility is a new R which has been adopted by the Max Planck Society. And they want to use their knowledge in life sciences to promote animal welfare in their institutes. They commit to improve the social life of these animals, which are there in their animal houses. Ethics of conducting animal research. We follow the ARRIVE guidelines, where ARRIVE stands for Animal Research Reporting of In Vivo Experiments. So, which are meant to improve the experiment design and reporting standards for animal research. Then the Committee for the Purpose of Control and Supervision of Experiments on Animals in India is duty-bound to take all such measures as may be necessary to ensure that animals are not subjected to unnecessary pain, suffering, or before or during the performance of experiments. In addition, it's a good idea to consult any country or institute-specific guidelines before beginning animal experiments. Okay, I thought I heard a question. And it is very important to take ethics approval before beginning of any animal study. India Alliance, as a funding agency, makes sure that all approvals are in place and keeps a track of these ethics approval during the course of the whole fellowship or the study. Yes. Next, we have how research outcomes are presented. So here is a case study which shows you what salami slicing is. You have just completed a study about a new antibiotic intervention related to improving cattle births. From that study, case 1, you have 2 sets of results. the effect of the antibiotic on mothers and their offsprings. Case 2, you have several sets of results, effect of the antibiotic on different breeds. Should you write separate papers, each reporting a different set of results, and send these papers to different journals? Or combine the results of all the studies into one comprehensive paper? What will be the approach that you will use in this case? Second approach. Yes. I understand that number of publications matters, but in the long run, it's more important that the research papers that are there on published on the different forums are holistic and they exist and give proper outcomes. So in this case, the second approach is the right one, and they should publish one single paper with the whole study and which will give the right message to any reader. Slicing of research from one meaningful paper into several different parts is a form of unethical research. And in other words, you can also say that it is breaking up of a single research paper into their least publishable pieces. So, increase in number of publications, when salami slicing is done, what do you think? Are you publishing them or are you setting them up for perishing? When papers are published in parts, they lose their holistic meaning and the confidence in the study reduces. So it increases the volume of publications and the CV becomes longer and you have a lot to report. But the publication itself perishes in a way. It leads to career distortions, harm to science, repetition, and potential misinterpretation. When similar studies giving small outcomes are published, then if people find that there's a lot of repetition in the publications, and it can also lead to a lot of misinterpretation, which was seen recently during the COVID, where a lot of studies came suddenly in 2001, reporting different things regarding COVID, and it led to a lot of misinterpretation because no study was whole. There was not a lot of supporting evidence present in these publications. Predatory journals are another point to be taken care of regarding research outcomes. Journals take advantage of authors by asking them to publish for a fee without providing proper peer review or editing services. You would see statements like these in these emails. Predatory journals mainly approach people through emails, and you will see statements like, "We are in need of just one more paper. We desire to receive your manuscript. I hope everything is good," as bright smile on your face. Hope and abundant cooperation with us. I believe in you that your eminent manuscript brings out the best citation to our journal. You would see a lot of grammatical errors in these statements. So the tips to identify predatory journals are: check the official website for grammar. Is the journal indexed or a member of DOAJ, COPE, or OSPA? Where DOAJ is directory of open access journals. These are open access databases, and in these, if your journals are present, then there are higher chances of reliability. Check the journal's contact information. Are they contactable? Look up the editorial board. Are the people present there? Do they exist? Check the peer review process and time to publication. And check previous issues. What kind of publications are they publishing? And you can even check if any of their publications are being retracted. So here is another case study, and this is our last case study for today. So Dr. Geller responded to a request for an invited review from a predatory journal without realizing it was a predatory journal. She submitted the article only to receive an unexpected invoice and clear evidence of no peer review. New to the process, she completed the payment. Upon investigating the journal, however, she realized its predatory nature. To remove the submitted manuscript from this journal, Dr. Geller communicated via email, phone, and certified letter, and also contacted members of the editorial board, but did not receive any replies. Periodically, her manuscript disappears from the journal's website, only to reappear in the latest issue. Dr. Geller never signed a copyright agreement. She would now like to have the manuscript published in a legitimate journal, but does not wish to be guilty of duplicate publication. What advice can be given to the author about submitting the manuscript to a legitimate journal without the author being guilty of duplicate publication? What would you advise her? Yeah, but she's trying. She has tried a lot of ways. Yeah. So if we don't have, do we have any other responses? Yes. Yeah, so that is what Dr. Geller did. She emailed the new journal where she wanted to publish the article, and she told her situation, and that journal responded that since you did not sign a copyright agreement, then you can publish the paper in our journal. Just send an informing email to the predatory journal. And she stated clearly, threateningly to the predatory journal that she would sue them by law if the paper is not removed from their website. Predatory journals are scared of the law, even empty threats work. So, and other journals understand that how the situation can be, and as long as the copyright agreement is not signed, paper can be published in other journals.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
So what if the author had signed a copyright unknowingly that it will make, before knowing that it is a predatory journal? Any solution to that?
That will be an even more tricky situation. So I think you will have to then negotiate with the predatory journal itself to cancel the agreement.
Right.
Because you have in a way signed off your rights to that publication. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Legal action, that will be a long process actually. And I think prevention will be better than cure in this case. So I think we should go over the pitfalls of publishing in predatory journals. And best will be to recognize in time that not to publish in these journals. Like main reasons why predatory journals are bad is there is fake peer review, which undermines the scientific conversation, makes research harder to find and less likely to be cited. You could be scammed and lose your work. Yeah. Yes.
Based on the DOI, you can use your data is still valid and publishable to any other journal. So archivation of your work is first step which anybody should do.
Can you introduce yourself?
Well, it's a very strange request. So, but I'm Dr. Prakash. I'm heading the MIT Center for Translational Research. I'm working on the immunotherapy of latent lung tuberculosis and cancer.
Thank you for that input. That was really informing. So,
I'm Dr. Manish Dwivedi from MIT University Lucknow campus. So, regarding this predatory journals and all, so there is one organization, is the BIAS list is available.
I'm coming.
So you may look into that before you go for publication. And they have a long list there, and they have categorized the public, journals in different categories. So you can look into that, and then you may proceed for that. It's a well reputed, I think, organization, and people are referring to that BIAS list.
Yes.
It may take time. Your institution may require immediate publication from your side, but you have to do justice to the science, your hard work you have done. If you do the bioarchive, if you put a paper, bioarchive, you are secure. Then you can take your time and play around with a couple of journals of the repute. Don't compromise on this factor. That is lethal.
There is one announcement. A card with the number 23BH3739C. Does it belongs to somebody from here? I repeat the number. It's 23BH3739C. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. So I totally agree, and I'll be covering those points. So if you see this email, I hope it is readable. So you will see this is an email from a pediatry journal, and you will see a lot of grammatical errors. The contact information has WhatsApp number, and there are a lot of typos, which is a mark of, you can at least feel that there's something fishy here and check out other aspects of this email. Then if you go to their website, you will see a similar case where you will notice the formatting and the way things are presented, the grammar, the WhatsApp number. So, and an impact factor check on the registered sites may not give the same results, or we may not even find them. Bales list, as already pointed out, is a very good repository, and similarly, we have another list which is maintained by UGC with ready references of the journals where you can publish your papers. Bales list is a list of predatory journals where you can check if the journal you are considering is predatory or not. Recently, Frontiers has been put on Bales list, and but it's still under debate. There's a lot of to and fro going on, but we see a lot of articles from Frontiers. So we have covered all 5 aspects. There's another thing that I want to highlight here are predatory conferences. So fake conferences are set up to look legitimate, but they are in fact empty shells that will likely deceive the participants. Predatory conferences can be spotted by when, like, if the conference has an overly ambitious title, technical program is broad, like very broad. Language on the conference website is off. Like, you will notice it's not like other legitimate conference websites. Renowned organizations are sponsoring a low-profile conference. The organizers' contact details are missing or aren't quite right. Another conference with a suspiciously similar name already exists. Conference and its organizers have known associates, And organizers are charging higher than normal fees. And the conference is unusually frequent. So general pointers towards today's presentation will be incidents of fake conference can check the legitimacy of the conference with the help of think, check, then attend. When using images or referring to a paper while presenting research work, the paper should be cited. While presenting posters, references should be included. It's a good practice to maintain lab notebooks, which become great source of proof if you are later in any kind of a glitch. When using images downloaded from the internet, do make sure to use the tool option and select images under the public domain or Creative Commons and cite the source if using other images. So what we need to do is for a systemic change is periodic review of scientific records, then honest assessment of workloads, discuss ethics issues at all levels of education, ethics education programs in professional and schools, and rewards meant to reinforce ethical conduct. Workflow for individual change is to deter misconduct through mentoring, peer pressure, or scientific audit. Do your bit to expose plagiarism and fraud when you see, and not leave it entirely to the mass media. Avoid treating misconduct as a taboo and discuss it openly, because intentional or unintentional, it's not something that cannot be reformed. Be aware and keep abreast of the latest news in research and publication ethics. With this, I'll be concluding the presentation, and I'm open to any questions and suggestions for future research ethics presentations, if you have any. These are our contact details. We are open to any sort of written feedback also.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Raghvendra Dubey. Very nice talk. I don't have query. I have just want to educate myself. How in plagiarism portion, how one can check plagiarism in the figures, images?
In?
Images.
Images?
Yeah.
Okay, that is, I don't think there is a software as such to check plagiarism in images, but you will see, you need to know what to see for. Like the examples I showed today, those are the ones, those are the main problems that are seen in images. And I think we can keep track of Elizabeth Bick's Twitter handle. She posts different examples and then tells what's the problem in every image.
Thank you.
Ma'am, as I introduce myself is Dr. Rupak from anthropology. First of all, congratulations for such a nice and detailed presentation. However, I think nowadays lots of research endeavor across the agencies, you can see implementation research. And the core of the implementation research or implementation science, that is very dynamic. It is being done in a real life situation, and the protocol can be changed during the course of research depending upon the findings.
Yes.
It's a real-time thing.
Yes.
So the ethics of implementation research, be it in health science or in other, it's very challenging. ICMR is coming up with new guidelines, and I think that portion needs to be added in such deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I got the similar suggestions regarding where Indian medical society is falling short in keeping up with ethics, and we'll try to respond to these in our future presentations.
Madam, your presentation was very good. So, Madam, in the last slide, you told about some images, Creative Commons. So, I wanted to know that.
Okay.
One of the point you told that.
Those are free images that are available. So, in Google, in tools, when you choose Creative Commons, the images that come are free to use. So, you can use them in your any publications.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, I think we are short of time.
We have one more. So sorry.
Hello, excuse me, ma'am. When you're talking about the number of publications and the comprehensive output of the results of different experiments, that when we are having a pressure of having number of publications per year, so is there any like change in policies that can improve the quality of science instead of having volume of publications? Your comments on that, please.
I think comprehensive publications instead of numbers, because when any reviewers goes through the body of your publications, then they would know like the pattern that is being followed. And if a holistic publication will come in a higher quality journal than small publications. So when you put the whole situation and the whole output in a single publication, it is more meaningful and more implementable, and it can create more impact in the scientific world rather than parts of a publication which won't deliver a as strong message as a whole publication will do, right? Regarding change in guidelines, that is not something that I can comment on because requirements are differing from each institution. So I think you will have to take that up with your institution. Okay, I'll conclude now. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Isha, for a wonderful session. I think the takeaway of the session is we all are striving for honesty in our scientific communications. So now I request Dr. Shinjini Das Gupta, an early career fellow, to take over the proceeding of the inaugural session.
A very good morning to all of you. I request the senior dignitaries to please come on the dais so that we can start the inaugural program. To start our inaugural program, I first would like to welcome our beloved founder president, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. I would like to extend my welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. He's the former head International Health Research, ICMR, and former director, Indo-French Center for Promotion of Advanced Research. I would like to also welcome our beloved, respected Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla. I would like to welcome Professor A. Chakravarti, Officiating Director General of MIT Foundation for Science, Technology and Innovation Research, Professor Selvamurthy Sir, then respected BC Das, all the grant advisors of India Alliance, and the leaders of the dais, Dr. Neeraj Sharma, Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Gaur, Dr. S.K. Khatri, and Dr. Kapil Shukla. So after welcoming all, so now I would like to invite everyone for kindling the light of hope and unity. I request all the dignitaries to join for the sacred ceremony of lamp lighting.
शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ मुनियों ने समझी है गुनियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी मुनियों ने समझी है गुनियों ने जानी वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी हम भी तो समझे हम भी तो जाने विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ हे शारदे माँ हे शारदे माँ अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ
So now with the blessings of our beloved founder president, sir, we have all assembled here for this 2-day workshop, which will be a unique opportunity for students, researchers, faculties to receive training in written and oral communication skills. The workshop aims to empower early career research in the biomedical and life sciences domain to effectively communicate their research findings and develop competitive grant proposal. In these 2 days, we will cover important topics such as ethics in research, and we have already witnessed a wonderful presentation regarding that, followed by scientific writing, responding to editors and reviewers, effective oral presentation, science communication, and funding opportunities at India Alliance. Now, I would like to invite Professor A. Chakravarti, who is the Officiating Director General of MIT Foundation for Science, Technology, and Innovation Alliances. He also leads the Amity War Room to nurture and promote human resources in bringing bright and brilliant young minds to Amity, to make Amity as global R&D platform. So with these words, I now invite Professor Chakravarti.
Thank you, Shinjini. It is always good, the person like Shinjini, who is a DBT Wellcome Trust Career Fellow, is doing the moderation of today for the event when Amity is partnering with one of the topmost and finest institution of funding biomedical research, not only in the country, but the globally as well. So very good morning to all of you. And I'm really grateful to the Wellcome Trust India Alliance that they are here with us today, partnering with Amity University for conducting an event which we sometimes neglect, but it is one of the most important when we are looking for competitive research world. In the competitive research world, science communication means a lot. You know, I just thought of taking this opportunity. So my gratefulness to DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance, Himashri, Tanya, Soma, and Isha. We are grateful to you for taking trouble, coming all the way from Hyderabad and joining us here today and telling us what is the way forward in science communication. You know, I feel a little bit nostalgic when DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance things comes, because I remember it was 2007 and 8 when the cabinet note was being prepared for setting up this center. I played a very small role in it on behalf of CSIR, my alma mater. Now, I thought of taking this opportunity because today's event, I am told that it is not only Amity faculty, it is also the other faculty from other premier institutions who are present here, from JNU, from Delhi University, from ICMR, ICAR, CSIR, Jamia Hamdard. They're all present here for taking the advantage of this great initiative which Amity has taken in partnership with DBT Wellcome Trust. I welcome you all participants also. And because some of you are from the non-Amity, I thought of telling you a little bit of Amity as well in my 5 to 10 minute presentation, which I thought might be putting the entire stage in perspective. So if you allow me, I'd like to go with my presentation. Common, you know. When I was looking at the DBT Wellcome Trust websites, and I was watching the film, which talked about decade of discovery. 2008, DBT Wellcome Trust established. 10 years later, they made that film, Decade of Discovery. And I was really amazed to see the tremendous work it has done for promoting biomedical research in this country. Not only in this country, I think globally, making a true impact. Parallelly, while DBT Wellcome Trust is 2008, Amity was in 2005 when it was established. So in that way, Amity is only 3 years older than the DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance. Okay. Download. You know, but Himashri in the morning was telling you about little bit about the background of the India Alliance. And Isha was talking about ethics in research, which also include plagiarism. You may find some of the slides where I have done or I have plagiarized because I have not given the source of it. But I must admit, the source was none other than the DBT Wellcome Trust website. Yes, this slide is already there. And, I'm told, and I know our Honorable Founder President is watching the entire episode online. We are thankful to you, sir, for creating such ambience, such atmosphere where Amity and DBT Wellcome Trust together, we can take the tomorrow's biomedical research to a new heights. Thank you for supporting us. This is a slide which talks already been told, but I thought I will jot it down. Why DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance? It says, enabling biomedical research in India through funding and engagement. This word is very important, engagement. And what we are doing today here is one such engagement. If I classify them, it can be classified in 5 disciplines. Himashi, you may correct me if I'm telling something wrong. Fellowship in biomedical sciences. That's why we have seen early career, intermediate, senior fellowships under this category. Shinjini is one such brightest spot in Amity who has received such fellowship. It also moves toward the second phase, that is a capacity building for research, and under which there are 2 sub-themes: science communication workshop that we are doing today here, and the second one is the research leadership workshops, which we would like to do in the near future. Third category, opportunities for interdisciplinary and international collaboration. Here, in the morning, Himashi talked about this India EMBO symposium. Himashi, you will be happy to know that a couple of months ago, we had the EMBO workshop in this campus. And obviously the Africa-India Mobility Fund. Here, another point is of interest, that's interdisciplinary. And that is why DBT Wellcome Trust Alliance, India Alliance, is known for. Here, they are connecting the basic medical research and the clinical research, combining them together on an interdisciplinary mode so that the solution can emerge. Strengthening research ecosystem in India, India Research Management Initiative. Again, Amity is one of the winner of one such grant. Shefali, we are grateful to you that you have won this grant, IRMI grant, where we have been given some money to create a research management system. And certainly, finally, making science accessible, open source, public engagement. When actually, that entire India, the science funding primarily happens through public funds. And when public funds it, they want to know what do these categories of people called scientists do. Because we use their taxpayers' money, and taxpayers are certainly want to know what we do, how it connects their life. So I personally perceive it, the connect with science and society, which is also one of the pillars when we thought of establishing this unique center. Yes, basically, fundamentally, in a very simple words, India Alliance invest in basic biomedical, clinical, and public health research to tackle health challenges. And as you all know, health challenges move daily. And also to strengthen India's research ecosystem, to drive discovery and innovation. And finally, engaging with stakeholders to improve health for all. Now, while this is the India Alliance little bit of story, where does also, if I look at, I took it from the, sorry, Himashi, I have not written the source, but it's your slide, where we find the Indian Alliance total funding, which I am told is about 1,500 crore over the years, primarily in molecular biology and clinical research. They also have done substantial investment in epidemiology, immunology, development biology, and other areas, but primarily molecular biology. And that's why I could sense the smile in the faces of Dr. Das, who heads our molecular medicine department here. Now, while this is the scenario in the India Alliance, in India, holistically, this is a slide which is not be very relevant for this workshop, but it is important to note how India spends its R&D budget. How India spends its R&D budget. 31.6% goes to DRDO, with 19% goes to Department of Space. So both together 50%. Remaining 50% are distributed to ICMR, Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, Council of Scientific Industrial Research, and Department of Atomic Energy, plus ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Now, this is the way India spends its money. And as I told you, most of the Indian research are funded by the public money. With this funding, where does India stand today? You know, this is the recent article of 24th March 2023, means about 4 months ago, which says India is world's 4th in research output, but ranks 9th in citations. And in its growth of research publication, if I look at in detail, biomedical research is a very significant one. So it actually gives the reason why DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance is becoming more and more important. And the second point is, when we talk 4th in research publication, but 9th in citation, it also gives some factors for quality of publication. Quality of publication. And DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance actually talks about excellence in research. And that's why most of the fellows, I'm told about 500 plus fellows, if I look at their publication, including Syngenes, they actually proves us wrong that we are quite high in citations. But how many Syngenes, how many 500s that we have? We need to have more. Now with this, there is also some silver lining. India's movement from 81 to 40 in the Global Innovation Index. So in the first slide, we said the conversion of discovery to innovation. We have been doing, if not the best, but reasonably well when we are talking about innovation. Actually connecting Saraswati with Lakshmi. That is the innovation. And in this innovation growth, while India moves up in innovation ladder, where does Amity stands? I thought of taking this opportunity to tell you few slides, very few slides about Amity, which we are all proud of. I just titled it for some other presentation, a journey, Amity's journey from invention to innovation with a focus on nation building through education. So as I was telling, a glorious journey of solution, science and innovation since 2005. It is one of the youngest universities in this country. 2005 and today 2023, only 18 years. And today we are asked to compete with global leaders who are 100 plus years old. And this is maybe possible and will be possible because of our very bright faculty, researchers, and students, some of them who are present here. We are optimistic. And why we are optimistic? Because we have created a reasonably good R&D infrastructure. Whether you talk about HPLC, MS, or XRD, mostly all relevant and required infrastructures have been created. I wrote it 9 FIST facilities, 2 PERS facilities, 1 DBT builder, and other last 2 bullets where Amity's own investment has made great infrastructures to create more discovery to solution science projects with the help of others. So we have created these R&D infrastructures. That's why we call it an R&D ecosystem through various campuses across the country. People who have come here from the non-Amity institutions. While welcoming you, I'd like to tell you, Amity is present almost everywhere in the country with its own campuses, own university. It is also present globally. I think some of the photographs, for some reasons, are not accepting my command, but they are in Singapore, Nairobi, Mauritius, New York, Tashkent, London, Dubai. So it has a global presence. It has a national presence across the geography of India. And I personally feel this itself is a great asset. So holistically, this is a one slide which talks about 200,000 students, 6,000 faculty, 11 universities, 150 institutions. But what they produced? They produced 1,800 patents. So it has, I think, I cannot say this because Dr. Selvamurthy is sitting here. It has already reached 1980 patents. So 1,800, we have almost added 180 more patents into it. In addition to that, 400 plus research projects. These are all competitive research grants. Some of you will be submitting your proposal to the DBT Wellcome Trust tomorrow, and hopefully will get it. And for this workshop is of immense importance and immense learning outcome for all of you. Now, why all these things we could do in a short time? I must give that credit to one and only, that is our honorable founder president. Sir, we are missing your photographs. It is maybe because of some digital issues. And his vision was one simple thing. He believed in people. He trusted people. He said, my researchers move with this confidence that they will do wonders and will add to the growth of the nation. So the growth of the nation was paramount in his mind. And this will help making India not only a knowledge superpower, but also a general superpower. When you have a person like him leading from the front with this kind of vision, you are charged with. You are charged with to do something big, to fulfill his dream, his vision, which is not only money making, it is the nation building first. And exactly same thing was corroborated. I am very fond of this slide, that's why I'm showing it. One of the topmost chief executive of multinational company, what he said, India is a developing country, but it is a developed country as far as intellectual infrastructure is concerned. And finally, he said, we get the highest intellectual capital per dollar here. Why Wellcome Trust is putting their money in India? Because they know they can get highest intellectual capital per dollar here. So that is our strength. That is our prowess. And we must exploit it. Some slides. Amity Universe, 1,500 plus faculty in the SNT domain. Some of the figures are not coming. Avinash, I think your system and my system doesn't synchronize. What it says, 720 PhD production by Amity in last 3 years. You know, if I look at the India's PhD production, India produces about 30,000 PhDs in STEM areas annually. Amity produces about 300 plus PhD in the STEM areas annually, which otherwise means 1% or more PhDs are produced by Amity. So when we are moving from the innovation ladder from 80 to 40, Amity made a significant contribution because more than 1% of the India's production comes from Amity by the people like you. So you are part of India's innovation growth journey. You are not only contributing, you are contributing through it directly. Obviously, Wellcome Trust, also DBT Alliance also. And I was looking at how much internationally collaborative Amity faculty are. We are exceptionally high in internationally collaborative papers, whether you talk about with USA. This is during 2015 to 2022. In 7 years, just with America, USA, we published 815 research papers, highly cited by the Amity faculty. And the graph grows like this: South Korea, UK, Australia, Germany, and many others. These are internationally co-authored publications since 2015 to 2022. Amity also boasts of hosting 36 brilliant international fellows like Shinjini. Why these international research fellows find Amity as the right place for them? And you will be happy to note, this is the maximum number by any particular university in this country. Whether you talk about Ramalingo Swami Fellowship, Ramanujam Fellowship, or DBT Wellcome Trust, Early Career Fellow, or Intermediate Fellows. And they are the future for the country. So we want to see more and more DBT Wellcome Trust Early Career Fellows to join us, and some of our young researchers compete to create these great awards and get a stamp of global eminence. 800 plus research publication in the area of life sciences and biomedical in last 5 years by Amity, 8,000 plus. So we are poised to leapfrog as a major stakeholders in biomedical and health research. But we need support of India Alliance and other national and international partner institutions. That's why I was very happy to see when I see the Amity faculty and JNU faculty sharing the same round table and talking to each other how we can partner and grow in the ladder. So I've taken a lot of time, but I would like to close it by saying today's 2 days, 48 hours will be exciting 48 hours. As today morning, when we had the ethics in research and communication, and just after this boring lecture, you will be going into the exciting journey of scientific writing, responding to editors, science communication, grant writing, grant evaluation, oral presentation, how to make an effective oral presentation. You know, many of us submit proposal, but ultimately fail when we go to the personal interaction. We have to convince the committee through your science communication skill, which is one of the course of today's engagement. And obviously, we will come to know about the funding opportunities at India Alliance for all of us to think of it very seriously and take the fullest advantage of this gracious presence. We are thankful to, I was talking to Debashish Mitra, your CEO, and I also wrote a mail to Apurva Sarin, your present CEO. She couldn't, because only she joined last week. Yes, last week only she joined after Debashish, and she could not come personally today to be with you, but she has expressed his good wishes for this event and expressed his full faith on these 4 genius grant advisors and the science communicators from the Welcome. Thank you very much for coming. I close it with my thank you with a dream of the Honorable former President of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, taking forward, I would like to invite Ms. Himashri Bhattacharya, the Senior Executive of Science Communication.
Thank you for inviting me on behalf of all my colleagues at India Alliance. So I first of all would like to thank Amity University for inviting us here, and to our members of the India Alliance family, Dr. Sinjini and Ms. Shefali, for being our ambassadors here and also being our ties to Amity. I would like to also thank Dr. Mukesh Kumar, today's guest of honor, Dr. W. Selvamurthy, Dr. B.C. Das, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, and all the other department heads present here today. It is a great honor to be here and discuss about science communication as well as about India Alliance and our focus among you all. And as already mentioned, we were like Amity has not only welcomed us, our CEO, Professor Sarin was also welcome, but she could not come, but she has sent her best wishes and to the team, and also thanked the Amity University team for such a gracious welcome to all of us. So, as I had mentioned during the morning, India Alliance promotes excellence in research. And in these 2 days, we'll be discussing mostly about, what are the components, what are the things that we look for when we talk about excellence in research and researchers. India Alliance also tries to create research ecosystems. It is not only a funding agency, but also an enabling agency. And I am glad to be here at Amity. As already mentioned, we are of the same age probably. In fact, this month India Alliance is turning 15. So this is also a great milestone for all of us. And we are happy to be here in an institution which also acts as an enabling agency and tries not only to work for its own researchers, but also has invited researchers from different institutes, participants from different institutes, and given a platform. This itself talks about the collaborative and interdisciplinary nature for which we talk about at India Alliance. So the very presence of everyone here from different institutes, Delhi University or IIT, we are very thankful for you all being taking out 2 of your precious days to be with us here. I hope we can add value to your, further future career. Also, as I mentioned about collaboration and interdisciplinary points here, both Amity and India Alliance are very keen on fostering this. And I would like to say that, we should take this opportunity of these 2 days to intermingle amongst ourselves, not sit with our own department colleagues whom we can meet all around the year, but talk to other people, and this is how you get ideas, how new the research ecosystem itself evolves. And I would also thank Dr. Sinjini and Dr. Miss Shafali for doing helping us out here, and they are our not only our fellows but also our ambassadors here at Amity University. And in future, I'd be glad they will also be able to they will be taking sessions for you. I would that would be our great honor. And also, I have spoken to others. We hope we'll be able to reach out to other campuses of Amity University. And towards the end, I would like to say we have mentioned that, of course, India Alliance funding is there, and India Alliance has a very stringent and rigorous process. And the USP of our funding is not only the generous allowance that one gets, but also the application process itself. And there are various parts of the application process that we focus on. We not only focus on the research, we focus on the researcher, their inputs from other, how they as a person in the community takes help from everyone and gives back to the community in the form of public engagement. And of course, the ethical way of conducting research is taken very seriously at IA. So overall, what I would like to say is that all the sessions that we have in these 2 days are structured in a way so that all parts of which are quite important for our India Alliance application are being covered this. And if you are mindful of all these things, not only India Alliance, you will be able to, get fellowships and be able to apply successfully for many fellowships in future. So I hope to see all of you not being only funded by India Alliance, but funded by other great funding agencies in the country and abroad. And I thank you all for coming out today, and I thank our guest of honor and all the esteemed members from Amity University once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Himashri, for such an innovative and informative talk. So now moving on, I now invite Professor B.C. Das to share some words. He's the Dean of Health and Allied Sciences and advisor of IMSR.
Very good afternoon to one and all. At the outset, I welcome all the guests in the dais, the dignitaries on the dais, specifically those who have come from the DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance, and the chief guest of the guest of honor of this 2 days workshop inauguration session, Dr. Mukesh Kumar from ICMR, who was my colleague and good friend from the ICMR days, and welcome here. And also all the advisor, grant advisor and senior executive from the DBT. And I also welcome all the my colleagues from Amity and also from outside, from JNU, CSIR, ICAR, AIMS. I do not point out for anybody, I know many people, but then they are young scientists and faculty. So welcome to this 2 days science communication workshop, and organized by AFCIA, Amity Foundation of Science Technology International Alliance. But there is another alliance, the organization is there called ASTIF, Amity Foundation of Science and Technology. That is, the president is Dr. Selva-Murthy, many people know. So all these things have been came into existence, or it is the Amity made it enable for the science and innovation. The university is known now as a Amity University is Science and Innovation University, or the center. So this is all because of one person, that is none other than our most beloved and honorable founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. One would not believe he thinks, he does, he thinks science in sleeping, in walking, in eating, every time. And you can have a call at about 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock, call all the senior people, scientists, and you will have a meeting online. So we are very much familiar with these things. We have to always get ready, one phone call, and in a second, few seconds, you have to ready, yes, we are ready to listen to you. So this is what he comes with some thinking, and then it has to be implemented. And what is to be said, it is done immediately. And it is done in such a way that it is very, what do you call, it is in a speed which cannot be compared in that. But it is from the highest authority said it is to be done, and it is the timeline this, and it has to be done. Before then it is done. So that's, I knew when after having my career in the ICMR and Delhi University and all the years, and when I joined here, when I wanted that, I don't want any position, I want a scientist, I need a laboratory to do science. And so he permitted that you will be given the 10 crores, but he gave almost similar amount and the space and all. And it was said, when he said yes, and it is a 1 month, the laboratory is ready, equipment are ordered. So this is the speed I realized in my career here, which is not possible in government institutes. So it has to go a lot of regulations and files and all, you have to fulfill those formalities. But it is one man, he gives the order, it is to be done. So everybody is ready to do it. That is the thing here. And that is why I would say, especially out, that I am chairman of the Committee Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research, which has come into existence. It is almost going to be a decade. But before that, I must thank the DBT, the Wellcome Trust Alliance, to ask us to have this workshop here in Amity. And I thank them, and I thank many of the points of view, because my institute having the maximum number of Ramalinga Swami Fellow, Ramanism and Inspire faculty here, and also of recently the Wellcome Trust Fellows. There are several fellows, but they could not be successful. There is a different story. So, because I should add, it is a pinch of salt here, because the DBT people and the all advisors and the senior executive is here, that one thing I would say, being scientist, that or a student of science, I would say, you don't see, you should, should be no identity free. You do that, what science is being asked and what science a candidate is going to do. If it's scientifically right, you give it. He comes from any or she comes from anywhere. It is not that private institutes or anything. So I know the DBT or DST has supported strongly. I welcome them and I thank them profusely. But Wellcome Trust, recently it is a painful one, and it was last year also painful. So they were all throughout, 8 reviewer gives the hands-on things. It is A++, very good. No one said that it is wrong. And it goes to the interview, everything goes to water. Where it goes in, no. So, and concentrating the very, this Wellcome Trust Award particularly, concentrating in a few institutes, I know they are good institutes. But I have no hesitation to tell, Nobel Prize has not come to India for the last 50 years. I think if I am correct. And so much of money has been put by the DPT, DST and everybody, and ICMR. Everybody is doing good science and publishing the nation and all, but Nobel Prize has not come. You tell about the NCBS. I am visitors of all institutes, big institutes, throughout my career, ISC and all these institutes, but then JNCR and all. But it is not necessary. You have to percolate to the other side also. You have to do that. That's why I think government has taken the initiative to make the national foundation of the research foundation, research fund, and the money will be given from that government. That is what we don't like. That will be another political things will come into play. So we as a scientist, it should be scientifically evaluated. If it is a right science, you fund. If it is a not right science, you do not fund or give the fellowships. But science is the most important. Project evaluation, and this is I am telling because the core people are grant advisor here and discussing about the science communication and the writing of the science and the ethics plays to role. There also, it's very important that whatever you science in India, there are a lot of unethical practices, I can, without any hesitation, can tell in India, a lot of unethical practices in Indian science. And one has to be very careful because I teach, I am the chairman of the KR here, Consortium for the Academic and Scientific Research. And I am also chairman of the URC, University Research Council. So I know what is going on in Indian context as well as here. So one has to be very careful. We are very critical about the ethics, where not only myself, Dr. Selvamurthy and others and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, we are very particular about the ethics and the plagiarisms and all these things. There are a lot of things coming. So it is important to that what you do the science, that should be error-free as best as possible, and it should not be biased, or it is a plagiarism-free, as well as there should be ethical concern, the authorship and the salami publications, and just glimpse of the talk I heard. See the Amity product. What is your ISA? So she told rightly that if you publish something, the comprehensive publication means one paper, 2 pages, 3 pages, but one paper is 20 pages, but then there is an immense amount of work, and is the Q1, Q2 publications or Q1 journal publications or 2 digits impact factor publication to even to 3 digits. That is very important, and where you stand as if you are a student or in that postdoc, you are a first author, or you are and someone is a faculty or a scientist is a last author, means communicating author. Even it is not clear, many of the people in India, who will be the first author, who will be the last author. The guide, having 40 years, 50 years experience, 60 years, he said that I should be the first author. First author is the student, worker on the bench. And the guide should be the leader should be the last author, communicating author. He doesn't understand the importance of the communicating author. So these are few of the many things. That is why a lot of things to be brought into the knowledge of the scientific community. So I think that is a good approach by the DBT has taken and has asked Amity to hold this 2 days workshop and asked to invite other people from JNU, from others institutes from the city. So that's a good attempt and excellent attempt, I would say. That will bring a lot of knowledge, how to go about it. And people are a little afraid sometimes, but if you are a good scientist having good publication, you can go ahead for your grant writing. And as I understand this, just before my talk, name is Bhattacharya, who was told the executive from the science communications from the DBT, she told that you should mingle, you should mix with the DBT personnel and talk with them. They know they are day in and day out dealing with this thing. So it will be good help for you to express and understand things. And that is very important. And you should have during tea time or lunchtime, you can make and you can talk with freely and get to know these things. So this is a few of the things I want to share with you. And while I profusely thank you for taking this initiative for the DBT, and I know we are also with the DST, and from DST, Dr. Sarma is here, Sarma ji. He was in DST. Many people, you are young, you may not be knowing. And Professor A.K. Singh, he is from the our FCA. He was in the RDO. He is with the FCA now. So they are all a very group, including Professor Chakraborty. So thanks to Professor Chakraborty and all the FCA warehouse. So that our founder says they are warrior. So they find something and go ahead and with the all zeal and all inspirations and all. So this is, and to see that we are they bring this success. So, and of course the original STIF is one of the organization where Dr. Selvam is one of the original person who is always for the science and innovations. And I do not want to repeat that the patent, just research, not publication, but research. We are the top one with the two, I think IIT twice they are top, but we are top. At this moment, it is almost 1,800 or touching to 1,900 the patents. So I once again thank you all for the participation as well as those who have come from the DBT. I hope you have a nice time here and you please feel free to share with your thoughts and how to go about it. There are a lot of scientists, budding scientists rather, and it's very important that what you are doing, which I am doing in my small, in the health and allied sciences as well as in the bioscience and biotechnology, particularly my institutes, the Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research, which I told that the majority of any of the institutes, particular institutes or a department in the country, I have the maximum, the Ramalinga Swami Fellows and Wellcome Trust. So I mentor them in the sense that even whatever project they submit, not that only that is whole university, and Dr. Selvam and many of the mentors are there. We mentor them, give them how to go ahead with your rich experience. We help them to devise not only the Wellcome Trust project or a Ramalinga Swami projects, but also the regular projects by the DST, DBT, ICMR. Each project is evaluated by me. The title, objectives, methodology, study design. These are few things, and what is novelty and what is the outcome. So these are few of the, and you will be surprised to know that the group captain, Suklaji is here. He is sitting here. So he is the outcome director. And this is the creation of our founder. So whatever is going on, if somebody goes abroad, does any workshop or anything, this workshop, including yourself, what is the outcome? We have to write to and make it a documentary that what outcome and what further to be done. So this is what way it goes. Everything is accounted for. So that nothing that as it is in the government, I know we do the conference and workshop and then forget. But here not. You have to be always accounted for. And further what you can do, you have to go ahead. So with this, I have taken much time. Thank you so much. And thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. So now our respected Vice Chancellor ma'am will not be able to join us because of some urgent engagement. So we'll taking the program further. I would like to now invite Dr. Silvamurthy, sir. He's the President of Amity Science and Technology and Innovation Foundation, Director General for Amity Directorate of Science and Innovation, and Chancellor of Amity University, Chhattisgarh. Sir has worked several years in DRDO for 40 years, in which all the health and life science related technologies were developed and introduced in the armed force. So thank you.
So very good afternoon to everyone. Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan ji, who has joined us online. For him, if there is any event on science innovation, that is his first priority. Because he has to govern 12 universities in India, 18 campuses abroad, 28 schools, industries. He has a group of AKC group of industries, many, many more. So you can imagine the challenges which he will be facing. But in spite of all that, he finds time to be with us. If you go to his office, there will be 6 screens. He will be parallelly attending so many functions at a time. Thank you, Founder President, that you have created this Amity Universe, which is really doing a remarkable job in education, higher education in particular, and also in research, innovation for the whole globe. So we salute you for your commitment, devotion, and also the passion for research, innovation, and also your devotion to build a happy world through a vibrant India. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, I have known him for almost 3 decades, since he was an ICMR, then he was also director of Indo-French Center, and a very go-getter. We have done many foreign tours together to Russia, to ILTP. He has been guiding many international cooperation programs in ICMR. And he has also been in the European Commission. We have done in Denmark, Brazil. We were together. So why I'm saying is I know him very closely. So he is a person with vision, dynamism, and also go-getter. If he takes a decision to achieve a target, whether in international cooperation or in promotion of health research, he gets it done. So thank you so much, Mukesh, for your presence here as the guest of honor. Let me place, first of all, our gratitude to DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance for this very nice gesture of giving this responsibility to Amity to host this event, which is going to bring a paradigm change in all our thinking, the functioning, and also to connect with people. All those who are now attending, you will connect with each other, network. So this is going to be a very, very beneficial 2 days intense program, wherein there will be transformation in your capability to communicate science. Because it's very important. You may have brilliant ideas, out of box and disruptive technologies, but then those ideas have to be translated into a concept. Concept has to be written properly, communicated orally when you make presentation to others or interact with others. And also, you must be able to translate that into a deliverable. So all this requires communication. So if I am communicating, now I am communicating to you. So I should have the right ability to communicate so that I reach your mind, heart, and soul. So that is communication. If you write an article, somebody reads it, it should make an impact on the person who reads it. And if you write a grant, the reviewer, looking at the title, looking at the abstract, looking at the way you have chosen the right words to express concisely, should be able to impress the reviewers. Communication. So it's not just only communication in the sense grant writing, but communication comes everywhere. You are participating in a conference, workshop, seminar. You need to impress the people there so that you communicate and then reach your message to the target people. So that is why this is a very important event here. I must thank the resource speakers who have come all the way, Dr. Soumya Kavita Kaur. Then we have, he's a grants advisor, Soumya, and Dr. Tanya Das, another grants the advisor. Then Miss Isha Goyal, our own alumnus, who is sitting here. I just listened to her briefly. And also Miss Himashri, the senior executive in science communication. Let's give a big clap to all these grant advisors and the science communicator experts who are here to groom all the participants. We are all looking forward to your deliberations and also your dissemination, your communication to our participants for transformation. Thank you so much. I must put on record our appreciation to APSTIA, Amity Foundation for Science, Technology, Innovation Alliances. And now we have Dr. Chakravarti driving this particular program, and ably also guided by Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Neeraj Sharma, but ably steered by the youngsters like Shefali Kashyap. Please stand up, Shefali. Let's give her, and Isha, come over here, Isha. These two are the prime movers for this whole program, again supported by the whole SNT warrior. Let's clap. Let's give a big clap. Great job done. And so now coming to the topic, science communication, why it is important. Because today the country is in a new paradigm. We are becoming a global superpower, which was foreseen, predicted by founder president maybe 30 years ago when he was addressing a school, Amity International Schools in Noida. He said India will become a knowledge superpower. It is still, we have put that board of the quotes which he mentioned 35 years ago. So such a transformation is happening today. Like he showed, Dr. Chakravarti showed the merit list. Where do we stand in research publications, citations, the patents? We are number 9, and also Global Innovation Index. We have pole vaulted from 81 to 40. So all these are good indication that India is becoming a knowledge hub. With this national education policy, which has been pronounced now, and also science, technology, innovation policy, all these are based and the ecosystem processes which are available today for India to reach newer pinnacles. So that is why this particular event is very important. I also like to see all the people from various institutions. CSIR, can I have all people from CSIR get up, please? All the representatives, participants who have come from CSIR laboratories, IGIB. Let's give a big clap to our people from CSIR. Keep standing. Your DG is going to visit tomorrow, Amity University, going to spend 4 hours. She's coming at 2:30 tomorrow, and maybe you should meet them. And she's going to spend up to 6 o'clock. She's with us. And she's going to deliver an oration, Amity Science, Technology, Innovation Foundation oration. So thank you so much. And we have a strong MOU. We have a steering committee driving this MOU. Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you. Who are the people from ICMR? Again, we have a very strong, you have number of people from ICMR. Can I just have the people from Indian Council of Medical Research who have joined us? I see some 6. Oh, they have already joined online. So we have another very fruitful MOU with ICMR for the past 8 years. Now it has been renewed yesterday for another 3 years. So let's clap for those people who have joined online from ICMR, 6 of them who have joined us. Now, who are all from AIIMS, All India Institute of Medical Sciences? Clap for them. Very good, very good. Then we have also from Jamia Millia and Jamia Hamdard. Can we have them just get up, please? Very nice. Great. Then Patanjali Foundation and Hridaya. Maybe they are online. Yeah, they are here. Thank you so much. So these are the people I might have, I hope I have not left anyone, but Delhi University, JNU. Can I have JNU and Delhi University? Maybe they have, yes, very good. So we want to build partnerships. So whatever Amity is today, your institutions have played a significant role. If we have in 18 years, we have grown, it is just not alone, Amity alone. It is that collaboration, synergy, connect with you all, your institution. So your presence here is going to further augment, deepen our relationship, not only with you, but with your organizations. So I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Now coming to Amity, many things were told, but I'm not going to repeat. But I want to show one important thing. Even though we are teens now, we are 18. Our age is 18, Amity. But we have come to a position of 22. We have been able to reach in the NIRF ranking a position of 22. It's great. Out of 1100 university, we are able to reach that figure of 22 in merit list in terms of university. We have accreditation, NAC A+ accreditation. And we do have also the BASC accreditation, QAA accreditation. These are all very rare to be received. So for a young teenage university, is a great achievement. Again, thanks to founder, faculties, all those who are driving this to happen. And we are now committed that we will work with much greater enthusiasm, zeal, commitment, and devotion. Now, final message is Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Last 75 years, remarkable journey. Everywhere, whether it's food security, health security, energy security, environmental security, name any discipline, India has achieved excellence. Now it is for us what we are going to do next 10 years is going to be critical. The Amrit Kal, which Prime Minister keeps talking about, and then pushing us to roll up our sleeves and then start working. But out of the next 25 years, next 10 years, what we do is very important. Why I'm conveying this to you, that this is going to be the phase in which the transformation will happen. So that is why the new policies, NEP, all this is going to pave the way. And India will become a knowledge hub. And why we should look at top 3. We should become number 1, which we are capable of, which that's the right place. Because India was a knowledge superpower. We had Vedas, Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, Yoga, Ayurveda, all this existed. Dakshila, and all this university, Nalanda, all this we had. So that is why it is very important that now we should, in this meeting, we should also look at how do we communicate science. Communicating science in a popular way, it is also very important. Not only your science writing for project grants, as well as in writing scientific articles, presenting in a conference, but you should be able to tell that in a simple language to a common man who is a taxpayer. So in science communication, that is also important, the popular science communication, so that you should be able to translate that your scientific jargons into simple way to communicate. That's also science communication. So all this, our distinguished experts are going to deal with, and I'm sure that India will reach new pinnacles in the years to come. Amity's mission, to conclude in 1 minute, Amity's mission is not to churn out the scientists, the faculty, the students. We have 700,000 alumni across the globe. But the mission is, how do we create a new happy world? Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. Everyone should be happy, peaceful, prosperous, harmonious. So we want to create that world through our students, faculties, all of us together, with you all, because our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan says, who is a product of London School of Economics, he always says that it is just not, together with you all, we will create that happy world through our students who are going to be the future global citizens. So we are endowing with knowledge, including spiritual knowledge, skills, including soft skills, communication, which we are talking about, soft skills, and also behavior. It's very important. So behavioral science is mandatory for all students. Behavior, sanskars, values, and also resilience to face challenges in life. This is what we give to our students. So thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to share some thoughts. But let us make a decision today that we will make India the knowledge superpower. Let's not wait till 2030 or 2047. Let us do it tomorrow. That means at the earliest possible. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving forward, we have inaugural address by the guest of honor, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, the former head, International Health Research, ICMR, and former director, Info French Center for Promotion of Advanced Research. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. My sincere greetings to all of you. Those present on the dais, online. I really express my gratitude, honor to be here. It's like a homecoming for me. I've been coming here in different capacities, from ICMR, from Indo-French Center, and now as a retired person. So I really express my thanks to Honorable Founder President. I have attended several meetings earlier, 20 years back with him, related to India and African programs. In absentia, I would also greet Madam Chairperson. She has been instrumental in inviting me here for several national, international, including Olympiads several times. Respected VC Madam, online. In fact, I was thinking that I will meet her today. I've been attending few meetings with her during COVID time from ICMR. But unfortunately, I couldn't meet her today. Will I come and meet you, ma'am? Why I said homecoming? Because I have number of colleagues with whom I have worked. Dr. A.K. Chakrabarty. I know him because he was heading the International Department of CSIR, and I was with ICMR's International Department. Dr. A.K. Singh from DRDO, Dr. Neeraj Sharma, and of course, the colleague here, Dr. V.C. Das, my very old colleague as a director of ICMR lab. And above all, you, sir, Dr. Selvam Murthy. He said that he has interaction with me 3 decades ago, but I would say, sir, differently. I know you from last century. We met first time with a USSR delegation. That time it was Soviet Union, from Anokhin Institute of Physiology. And since then, my first visit with him was in the last century to Russia under ILTP, and the last one was to Denmark, sir, 10 years ago. And I also greet here Dr. S.K. Ghosh, Madam Isha Goyal on the dais, and another Madam Isha here off the dais. I understand. I came to know recently. And Dr. Tanya Das, Madam Bhattacharya, Dr. Singhini, Dr. Sefali, and many more. All the participants for this workshop, very important. In fact, there are 2 components. One is communication and another is grants writing. Both go hand in hand. Both go together. If your communication is weak and scientifically you are very strong, there are chances of getting your proposal. I'm talking about particularly the national funding agencies and international funders on the other side of the table. So communication becomes very important. The first I would deal with Amity University, then communication, then grants matching. The Amity University gives you a complete atmosphere, full freedom for doing science. In other words, it is really the scientific independence you get it here, which I have seen while working outside. Because from Indo-French Center, I happen to fund number of workshops, projects here in Amity. And I used to interact the scientists here, complete scientific freedom, sir. You talked about NIRF ranking, very great. 22 is not a small thing. And also, QS ranking, world ranking of university, you are figuring there also, sir. So in different categories, you have different ranking. And this is a good achievement. I would request all to give good big clap for the founder president, the faculty here, and the people, those who are managing science and the university here. All the chancellor, vice chancellors, all together. This workshop of 2 days is very, very important, as I said earlier, where you would be able to pinpoint the mistakes which are committed, without knowing, unknowingly, in grantmanship, or you can say the grant writing or grant application. Because I have been part of the funding agency throughout my life, and I have seen that what kind of mistakes which are being done, though they are very good in science, technically their project is very sound, but there are certain mistakes which they do. And this kind of workshops, thanks to DBT Welcome Alliance, you are 15, turning from childhood to adulthood, very important, adolescence age. So in next 3 years, you will be achieving adulthood, right? So very important, very good contribution to the science. I know the former director, Dr. Sahid Jamil, very well, good friend of mine. We have traveled together, we have worked together for some international programs together. Very dynamic person he was, and you are continuing the legacy. Nation needs all-round expert. So therefore, this kind of activities or exercise which are being done today, tomorrow, or many more, are really very important for developing experts in all areas. So my suggestion to all of you is, whatever you are going to learn here, whatever you are going to achieve here, gain here, not only for DBT Welcome Alliance, you will be able to utilize this for tapping money from different funding opportunities. By and large, the writing ability remains the same. I have seen in NIH, so I was trained in NIH 20 years back in US. There I realized that the applications which are coming from India have much more approval rate as compared to other countries like in other Southeastern Asian region and many European countries, because they say Indians are writing very well. Scientifically, I'm not denying that it is not good, but writing ability is very, very good. Dr. B.C. Das said about something about Nobel Prize. I know he has worked with a Nobel laureate in Germany in DKFZ, idle work, Dr. Jur Hossain. You have been there and a Nobel laureate, so he always, I think it's a very good statement he made here, that a kind of sensitization, a kind of, the encouragement given to all the young researchers, young minds here who are present here, to do something. There is no dearth of money anywhere. Those days are gone when there was dearth of money. Now, any international program which is being coordinated by any funding agency, whether it is DRDO or ICMR, DBT, CSIR, DST, everything is on partnership basis. If you are putting £1, India is ready to put 100 rupees equivalent, or $1, 80 rupees. So those days are gone when India was heavily dependent on foreign funds. Now the agreement which are being signed by different agencies, it is on a partnership basis. So this is a gradual change in the nature of collaboration, nature of science which we are doing with other countries. Because the philosophy of three things which is always kept in mind: co-funding, the projects which are co-funded, the Indian component is funded by any of the Indian agency and the other country takes care of funding for the foreign partner. Co-funding, co-generation of IP, and co-sharing of results. Whether it is publication or any technology development, transfer of technology, development of any tools, diagnostic kits, whatever. So the philosophy these days is partnership. So what Amity is doing here is again the partnership here with DBT Alliance. As Professor Selvamurthy said, that ICMR also signed an MOU with Amity. They have signed with CSIR and many more. So these are, partnerships. It's not that there is somebody is donor or somebody is taker. It is you are giving something, we are giving you something. So it is the ownership which comes into your mind, and that works very well. And now the question arises, why do we need fund? For Amity, I am asking, why do we need fund? It is not that Amity cannot fund. Amity can fund. As rightly said, it is a Amity University. No, it is a Amity Universe. So Amity Universe can fund, but in the scenario of globalization, in the scenario of scientific achievement, scientific productivity, and to share the result, because any research which is done in one part of the country or one part of world may find application elsewhere. So it is a sharing of knowledge, sharing of research result, technology. Because of that, the Amity is also developing collaborative programs, which I have seen in last 10 years. भारत की विकास यात्रा में एमिटी का भी सहयोग है. This is what I'm trying to say here. Now, interact with your resource persons who are going to give lectures. Anything which is done passively or as a silent is not going to pay you anything in your research career growth. So I would quote here a philosophy which was given by a Russian author, Jainsky. He said that you are going to miss 100% shots. You are going to miss 100% shots if you never try. Forget about whether your project is approved, not approved, small budget, mega project, big budget, no problem. While submitting the project, you will have a different level of confidence in you. Yes, I have submitted to Wellcome Alliance or DBT, CSI or any funding agency, international funding, BMGF or Rockefeller or NIH, whatever. So this will give you a kind of confidence within you. So never feel that my project is not approved. Sometimes it will be, you will definitely get an approval letter from that funding agency. Here, I would like to remind you one thing. All are not funded all the time. All are not funded all the time. Some are funded all the time. You can be some this time, some other person will be. So it is impossible for any funding agency, if they have received 1,000 applications and if they have money for 300, it is not possible for them to fund all 1,000 applications, grant applications. So the idea is to have faith and do not, even if your project is not funded 2 times, 3 times, do not get disheartened, because you will learn while submitting a project, because nowadays every funding agency, if the project is not funded, gives you the reason for not funding. You will learn. Try to speak to your seniors, try to speak to the colleagues who have got the funding, you will get something from them. So funding is very, very important for doing research, and internationalization or working with the thrust areas of any national agency is also very, very important. So what are the thrust areas listed out in each funding agency? And if you are part of that funding agency's thrust areas, you can definitely try and develop the plans. You know, many, like ethics, very, very important here. The ICMR has developed guidelines 2 times, is still there on the website. Many of you have seen it. But it is always better to practice ethics and avoid misconduct in the research. That is also because now you have several communication tools. You can improve your communication. Very, very important. The first communication you require is while writing your grant application, but at the same time, when you have to submit an annual report, the communication is going to pay for you. Effective communication, quality communication. So the funding agency should not ask you 2 things that what you want to say about it. Be clear about it, that what you are going to do with your end result. And try to, when you are writing a proposal, try to be a like salesman. You need to tell the funding agency everything what you want to do. with this fund which is going to be given to you. Think about a reviewer, that what reviewer will think, and always try to write in so clear forms that somebody else is going to do your research while going through the paper, while going through the proposal. So you need to be so clear that it should be very crisp, summarized, and many funding agencies do prescribe the font size. They will also say that yours should be in Times Roman, yours should be in this. So always follow that, always follow whatever is written there in the, so it is very, very important, and the kind of opportunities you get in the form of call for proposal, which is called CFP. Sometimes it comes in the, in America, it comes in the form of PA, program announcement, PA. Sometimes it comes as a RFP. So whatever, all the more, everything is same, but go through the guidelines which are attached to the call and do it very clearly. Observe all the guidelines and do accordingly. Now, while I'm coming here in the morning, I had a luxury of traveling 90 minutes from Dwarka to this place. So I could, write few points here. I would like to tell you some important here. The multidisciplinary and multi-institutional proposals have a better chance too. Multidisciplinary, the time has come here that multidisciplinary and multi-institutional projects have a better chance of funding. Do a timeline. Always do a timeline in your project that in first year, I will do this, second year, and do not try to deviate. In certain cases, like we had in COVID-19, many things were, postponed because of reasons known to all of you. So all funding agencies were quite flexible to give you extra time, even extra money, that the time lost because of the pandemic. Otherwise, try to be on time what is to be done under your project. It is always good. If you have some doubt, try to speak to the program officer, because under every program, there are few names which are written by these funding agencies that so-and-so is the program officer, POs. Try to speak to them. They are meant for this purpose, and they will tell you if you are facing any barrier or any problem while submitting your project or anything in the guidelines which is not understandable to you. Try to do that. And find about everything about the funding agency, which is available on the website. As I said, that tell the reviewers what you are going to do during your research, whether you would like to develop a product later on, or you would go for translational research, should be there in the project. Very important. Include some valuable references. Past, present, and include them in the body of the proposal in your text. The last point here, a general advice which I would like to give here is that after you are done with your grant application, try to share this with some other colleagues, not friends. your seniors, colleagues of other department, and tell them, try to be tougher on my project. You know, the person who is yes sir, yes ma'am, no. Somebody has to review critically and has to suggest you that here is a mistake which you are committing. If you are giving it to a friend, will not do that. So therefore, and the last very important is be creative and honest about budget. You may not think that budget is inflated, but the funding agency is going to see about it. I always say the triple R budget. R, capital R, 3 capital R's. The realistic, relevant to the study, realistic, whatever is, and reasonable. So you may not find that sky is the limit. You can write anything about the budget, but funding agency will definitely, that will also give a chance for reviewers to eliminate your project. So try to be realistic, relevant, and reasonable budget. That is also important. When we entered here, there was a lecture which was going on ethics and conduct. Here, while sitting here, I wrote 2-3 points here. One is maintain research ethics and conduct. That includes honesty, objectivity, integrity. Why I am saying integrity? Integrity in thoughts and action. Carefulness means avoid negligence in your research project. Openness, why I am saying openness? Openness to criticism. If somebody is criticizing, maybe it is good for you, for your research career, research growth. And the last one is legality. If I say legality, obey the relevant rules of the land, rules of the institution, which is very, very important. Care for animal, care for human beings, because there are guidelines which are available. It's a part of your research ethics. If you have to recruit human subject, care for them, observe the guidelines which are available in the country and do accordingly. Like animal experimentation, there are CPCSCA guidelines. Human ethics, ICMR guidelines. So all these things need to be observed very carefully. Do not flout the rules. And whatever is written there has to be done. Now, few things about the communication. Everybody would like to, after doing research, I told you in the beginning that you need a very good communication skill to develop a grant proposal, grant application to any funding agency. Fine. Now, you have done your research. Now, you want to share your research result. You want to publish it. Everybody would be interested in publishing in good journal, high impact factor journal. If you are writing badly, so badly written paper can get turned down by any journal because it is a competitive bird and there is a lot of competition going on. One journal, one periodical, one magazine can accommodate very good research articles. So you have to have a very good communication skill. Communication, good communication will open the door for you globally. And you will stand out in the crowd. That this is apart from your technical knowledge and your hard work on the science. because you would like to write for periodicals and others, this would require. And he also mentioned about the soft skill. The communication is a kind of soft skill where the presentation of how you are going to present your result, that is also very, very important. He said behavior. Yes, definitely. So this is other than your technical skill. Like behavior, your habits, your presentation skill, speaking, writing is equally or even more important for your research career. With this, sir, I would say here that knowing is not enough. Knowing is not enough. We must apply the knowledge which we are going to gain here in next 2 days. Half day today and tomorrow. Similarly, the willingness is not enough. We must act upon. With this, I congratulate everybody who are here today and convey my thanks to the organizers, Amity, and everybody, and the participants, and the people who are attending online. It is a win-win situation for all of us. I'm sure the benefits of this workshop will flow in couple of next days, weeks, or months, and you will find the good proposals which are coming to the Alliance. And as a result, this will definitely be a milestone, and this is going to be a very good milestone for all the researchers. I will end this, how important is communication. I will give you one example. Somebody has written here, let's eat, just listen very carefully. Let's eat, comma, grandpa. The children are saying, now it's time, my dear grandfather, he should eat. So they have written here, let us eat, comma, grandpa. Right? Very quite understandable. Very good. We are hungry, let us eat, grandpa. Suppose the comma is removed. How will you pronounce it? Let's eat, grandpa. Did you understand? Let us eat, grandpa. We would like to eat. And if comma is not there, so comma is making a difference here in communication. Let us eat, grandpa. Let us eat egg. Let us eat fruit. So let us eat, grandpa. Right? So this is the difference, a good communication or the bad communication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for guiding us and motivating us to write more and more research proposals.
A brief message from founder president who has been listening right from the beginning, Dr. Shokesh Chauhanji. So I will just read out the message for all of you. It is for everyone. The blessings, message of blessings. It's addressed to Vice Chancellor, all those who are sitting on the dais, and particularly the participants over here. I hope you all would agree that the deliberations and PowerPoint presentation from our Professor A. Chakravarti till 12:23 p.m. were superb, very focused and insightful, to the point, giving also important data information, and he spoke with perfect rhetoric. The appreciation can go further. Professor Chakravarti, I express my great appreciation and feel very proud of you. Dr. B.C. Das, as always, you spoke very brilliantly. Why not? As science technology is in your mind, body, and veins. Dr. Selvamurthy ji, your deliberations, as always, are most valuable. My best appreciation. When I hear my people, it gives me immense pleasure, and the same is with you all. Please give me great appreciation to all from DBT Welcome India Alliance, Welcome Trust India Alliance, and tell that our founder president was listening the whole program from the very beginning, and their sparing time and coming here will prove to be a game changer for the whole Amity group, founder president. And he has also all my SNT warriors from SNT War Room to be transmitted to all your colleagues. Group Captain Kapil Shukla, I'm glad that you are listening. You are attending the program. But I also thank you, Founder President, for this message. Let's clap for Founder President for this message. I would also like to thank the APSTIA members. I mentioned about Shifali and Isha, but there are also other people who are here. I will mention some of them. Ms. Ruchi Mahajan, Ms. Sonal, please stand up, Ms. Ruchi, Sonal, Kamakshi, Vidit, and Upriti. And let's clap for these people who have directly been associated, even though the other people in APSTIA have supported as warriors, SNT warriors. We are also joined by Dr. R.K. Kohli, who is the Amity University in Punjab, Mohali. He is the Vice Chancellor. Thank you, Dr. Kohli, and we are very glad to see you. Let's clap for Dr. Kohli. Maybe can you just send us 1 minute of message for all the participants who are here. Dr. Kohli, can you please unmute?
Yeah, it has been a very good, thank you so much. It has been a very good, discussion. All the lectures, right from the ethics till time, these were good. Especially for the young people who are into research. Thanks to the organizers and giving me the opportunity to be with you. Thank you so much.
Please do visit. It's a wonderful campus, and research and innovation is the focus in all our campuses, particularly in the Amity University, Punjab. He has brought a new paradigm for research innovation right from the beginning. Thank you, Dr. Kohli, for joining. Best wishes. Please continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Selvamoorthy, sir, for sharing the lovely message of our founder president, sir. Now, moving forward, we would like to hear some fascinating research work from some of the various departments of Amity Institute. So please, can you give the mic first? We'd like to hear from Dr. Shubhajit Vishwas, Director of Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sinjini, and thank you all members here. I am Professor Shubhajit Vishwas, Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research. Actually, in our institute, we are mainly focused on cancer research as well as molecular medicine and stem cell biology. So those are the major focus area, and we have a most of funding agencies funding us. We are very glad. Like Shinjini also has a Welcome Trust Fellow, and we have a DBT, DST, ICMR, DHR, all kind of the projects we are running. And I think we'll follow up more. Just I want to, in the 2 minutes, I cannot say too much, but when Dr. Mukesh Kumar sir is mentioned, when he was in National Institute of Health, USA, that is Indian scientists write good projects. So thank you, sir, because that is usual when we do the PhD, we do postdoc in the abroad. And in the same way, I also in the Vanderbilt Medical Center, USA. And that time I become principal investigator. My funds was coming from the National Cancer Institute, UK. So that is the way we write well, and we learn the writing. And when we write, that is, we should think about our background and what is the lacunae in between our research question. What is the fact, then hypothesis, then methodology. So this is a very systematic way we should go if we want to start as a career. So we are all in this path. And who are the young researchers here? Just I want to say that is, we have to think as a leader, and we have to write the grant successfully. And after the publication, when we write the expected outcome, that should be our next level research. Thank you, sir, as well as of course, we should sell our science to get more funds. Thank you. That is my vision from our institute, Amity Institute, Molecular Medicine, Stem Cell Research. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a Young Investigator Award, sir. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because after that, I was come back in India. I was in ILPS, and currently I have all like DVT, DST, ICMR, and you have mentioned that is. So really, I thankful to funding agency like in the pandemic period, SARP is given me very flexibility, and immediately they have given extension of the 6 months. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to hear from Dr. V. Pooja, officiating head of Amity Institute of Biotechnology.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjini, and welcome everyone, particularly the participants. And thank you so much for coming to the campus, Amity campus, and we welcome you.
I would appreciate, Subrajit has not told, give a glimpse, 1 line, 2 lines of your research, what field of specialization it is. It is important.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, this is, though we are doing in the Amity Institute on Molecular Medicine, we cover that all kind of the cancers, especially SAD is very specialized from the cervical cancer and HPV virus. And he already mentioned that he worked from the Zura Hossain lab in the Nobel laureate. And after that, currently I am a director. My lab is specially in the liver microenvironment. So usually it's a very tough question, and throughout the world, people are doing alcohol-oriented, non-alcoholic oriented, as well as cirrhosis and fibrosis model. So we already set up here the animal preclinical study, as well as the major problem in India I focus. That's why I got the grants, because people don't go for the healthcare immediately for the regular checkup. So in the end moments, cancer people come with the cirrhotic background. So I am personally working on the tumor microenvironment, each cell separately, how cells are interacting with each other, and how we can disrupt this interaction to reduce the burden of hepatocellular carcinoma and the AIDS. And apart from my work, that is other juniors, they are also doing excellent work, like in the pancreatic cancers. That is a sequencing and biomarker work is going on. Dr. Manoj Garg is not here, I guess. So he's also doing, we have a stem cell facility, like we do the IPS, that is the Dr. Professor Prakash Galigar is there. So we have a stem cell facility. Even DST Feast also funded the high-end flow cytometry facility. So those are more or less summary of our department. Thank you, sir.
Pooja, Dr. Pooja.
Thank you, Dr. Biswas. So for, again, welcome to Amity campus, and we are very privileged that DBT Welcome Alliance is here, and I'm sure a lot of, all the participants who have participated would gain hugely out of it. So I am presently the officiating director of Amity Institute of Biotechnology, particularly for people who are new to the campus. It is one of the largest biosciences faculty in the domain. We have 100 faculty members, and I'm very proud to say that most of the faculty members are in the age group of 40 to 50. So we are a young team of researchers. And unlike Amity Institute of Molecular Medicine and Stem Cell Research, we are not focused on a single area, because being a biotechnology institute, we have 7 centers. And these centers, they are bifurcated in the research interest of our faculty members, which includes medical biotechnology, cellular and molecular, plant biotechnology, bioinformatics, anthropology, and marine science and technology, to name a few. And the faculty members, these 100 faculty members, are bifurcated in these research departments as per their research interest. Again, we are also research driven. We have been funded by almost all the Indian funding agencies, whether it is DBT, and not once, many times, and probably to everybody, whether it is DST or DBT or CSIR or Ayush or ICMR, DRDO, we have been hugely funded, and faculty members are doing very well. We are very thankful to all the funding agencies. Majorly, we focus so just a glimpse, because we don't have too much time. So like, for example, medical biotechnology focuses on communicable and non-communicable diseases, whether it is cancer or tuberculosis, or we are working in infectious diseases, gastric cancer, breast cancer, and all these projects are funded. Plant biotechnology, I have my young colleagues here, and they are working on GMO. They are working on stress tolerance, disease tolerance plant. We are working largely in the area of biofuels, bioenergy. So that is also a big forte, industrial enzymes. And I would also like to add that other than publishing almost more than 150 papers every year, and we are also filed a lot of patents, more than 300, and of which almost 70 or 80 are already granted. We are also into technology transfer. The Institute has already transferred 2 technologies to the industry. And I have been privileged to be one of those inventors. And like me, there are a lot of people who are doing very, very well. And I'm very thankful to DBT Alliance. We do not have DBT Alliance or funding, but I'm very sure that after this, we would have one of that. And thank you so much for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Now I invite Dr. Sandeep Arora, Director of Amity Institute of Pharmacy, to share a few words about his department.
Very good afternoon, sir. At school, Amity Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, we have a master specialization in the basic branches of drug discovery and chemistry, then formulation development of pharmaceutics, pharmacology, and the related aspects of regulatory affairs. Accordingly, the research focus has been around these branches, the PhD also existing in the similar areas. So in the chemistry, apart from the in silico testing, that means docking studies and all, that has been focusing on various aspects of the docking related to cancer, docking related to the CNS diseases. The pharmacology also department focusing on the related aspects as well as the other aspects. Some of the aspects being the ischemia-induced injuries and the recovery from these induced ischemia, and also focusing on the other aspects of in vitro and in vivo evaluation for the phytopharmaceuticals as well as the other aspects. For the formulation, in the formulation and pharmaceutics area, we have been focusing on the novel drug delivery systems as well as the specific delivery systems, which are focusing on crossing the blood-brain barrier or other aspects. Similarly, inhalable microparticles, nanoparticles. These have been some of the important areas. In phytopharmaceuticals and the related aspects, we have appreciable number of grants being given by the Ayush. We have particular scientists, Dr. Mariam Sarwat and other scientists, particularly working. They have been working on the Unani research grants for evaluating the Unani products for diseases like dengue, diseases like cancer, as well as the other aspects. So they have been investigated and the grants have been received and they have been appropriately concluded and submitted. At the molecular pharmacology level also, we have been working, as I said, on the ischemia-induced injury as well as on the other aspects like validation of calrexin and its interaction with other proteins, exploring the role of calreticulin in ER stress and abiotic stress crosstalks, and similarly other aspects of the ER that have been working on the molecular pharmacology. Patents also, we have generated appreciable number of patents in the last 15 years of existence, and the publications relevant to all these things.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. G. Karthikeyan. He is a very senior faculty from Amity Institute of Virology and Immunology Research.
Good afternoon. I sincerely thank the DBT India Alliance for this opportunity to train us. I am Karthikeyan from Amity Institute of Virology and Immunology, representing Professor Narayan Rishi. The core focus in AIVI, as we call it, is on virology and immunology. We deal with both plant virology and medical virology. And one of the biggest achievement I feel is that one of our students, Dr. Gaurav Gupta, who did his PhD from AIVI, went on to do his postdoc in Oxford University, and he was directly involved in the development of Covishield. He was in fact given the charge for moving further with the production and all those things. And then we have another student who was a PhD from virology, Dr. Nirmal Kaundal, who is with World Health Organization looking at the polio eradication problems. You know, we are very proud of our students, and we have been funded by DBT, DST, CSIR, and ICMR, we have got multiple grants with these agencies. I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Shazina Sheikh from Amity Institute of Public Health. She's not there. Okay. So, moving forward, I would
A very good afternoon to everyone, and I welcome all the guests who are on the dais as well as off the dais. So I'm Dr. Shazina Saeed. I'm representing the Amity Institute of Public Health and Hospital Administration. We are fairly a new department because we are only 8 or 9 years old, but we have considerably made a lot of advances in the field of public health. Currently, we are having 3 grants which have been funded by ICMR. We don't have a very fixed area where we work because public health is a very diverse field. So we have projects which are based on public health surveys. We are also submitted grants related to molecular public health aspects and also aspects of research which are directly related to community health. And we are a faculty of total 5 faculty members. And I feel very humbled to say that this year we published 33 Scopus indexed publications, out of which 4 were in Lancet, 1 in BMC Public Health, and another in Frontiers of Public Health. So I look forward to collaboration and I look forward to taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajina. I can add that this is a new department. She has not mentioned that there are several projects, and it is the first time that the machine learning and AI, artificial intelligence, is being used in the public health studies. And there are, I think, 3-4 projects in a different stages. And Dr. Rajiv Janardhan was there, and that time these projects were, but it is still going on. And then the important is also the another department is the hospital administration is attached with it. Dr. Professor Jain has not come. So this is beauty of that. The research is also in the hospital administration, which is very rare, and it is PhD program is initiated here. And that's a lot of demand for the PhD registration because in India, only very few, or may not be there in the PhD program in the hospital administration, because after having qualified, they go to the already after having the IHA, the hospital administration degree, they go directly to the job. So they don't come to PhD program. So there the importance that the PhD program is here also, and there are projects also. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now, moving forward, I would like to...
Dr. Shazina has a publication in Nature Genetics. Let's clap for Shazina, Nature Genetics.
So now we'd like to invite Dr. B.N. Malik. He's the director of Amity Institute of Neuroscience and Neurophysiology.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Yesterday, I was told that I have to talk something about the department. The department is reasonably new, though it is a few years, but we have started developing it about last 1 year. As you can understand about neuroscience, it encompasses any sorts of biological research which may be done under most of these fields that has been said. But there are few exceptions and additionals. For example, the anatomy, be it cellular to the whole body, then structure, electrical signaling, behavior, and cognitive. Keeping this in mind, ever since I have joined about 2 years back, after spending last about 38 years in institutes like in JNU, if at all any of you care for it, here we have started developing that. And I will tell you, with the support from founder president, about whom you have heard a lot, we have been able to establish more or less in all these fields in last about a year, be it histology, anatomy, behavior, cognitive, in a nascent way. Therefore, the proof of pudding is in eating. If any of you are interested, or if any of you are trying to spread the message, please spread the message. The importance is this is the first and only university to have neuroscience undergraduate in this country. I know how to develop a thing. Like my field of research was REM sleep, which I started in this country. And I can see that you cannot avoid Malik's work, even in international fora, wherever. I was professor for a few days to few months, about a year, been in 6-7 countries. I have lectured more than 100 world over lectures. And whatever I could do, you can see Wikipedia, whatever I have done. Here, I would request all the funding agencies and Wellcome Trust. Shahid Zamil was certainly a very good friend of mine. So please support us. For example, there are very few places where you can get even brain surgery and done in a chronic experiments. It is last 3 weeks we have been successful and rats are here. So we are doing the behavioral studies to specifically say even few hundred micrometer areas in the brain how our behavior can change. Then we have, based on such things, this year one of my faculty colleagues have got Fulbright. So this is what it was written here. I have to talk about accomplishments in research in the field. So last 1 year, I can say that this is what has been done with the help of our administration and with the help with my faculty colleagues. And you request everybody, the funding agencies and all, to support us so that we can generate manpower for the country. This is what is very important. When I started with, there is no neuroscience as such. But there were neuroscience in this country very old. Dr. Selvamurthy himself is there, but he knows how it was those days, even 70s, 80s. But now, 21 IITs, every IIT has average 1.5 to 2 faculty. Every ICER, 2 to 3 faculty. Besides that, any DBT institute, CSIR institute, DST institute, there will be faculty other than all universities. So we need more than 200 trained manpower. That is how even DBTs wanted to have MSc in Jivaji or NCPS. Around that time, this university had thought of, but whatever it was the status, last 1 year, we could do this type of in the lab. We would welcome anybody to join. We have faculty positions, which is advertised. We are PhDs we need, as well as the funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We are also proud to have such distinguished faculties like Malik is Bhatnagar Awadi. And among the 6 people who have worked in REM sleep, he is the only survivor globally. So thank you so much, Malik, that you have brought that pride to Amity. Now, there is one more message from Founder President to our Mukesh Ji, who is our guest of honor. So let me have the pleasure of reading his message to him. My dear respected Dr. Mukesh Kumar Ji, I am listening you from the very beginning. It brought me the old memories from meetings with you and your all the time advice, guidance, and support. Amity has immensely benefited from that. Also, I felt proud that you rightly recognized the most distinguished and brilliant leadership of our respected chairperson, Dr. Mrs. Amita Chauhan Ji. To spend some time and meet such a person is also the wisdom and farsightedness from the person who found it useful and interesting. That is you, sir, I appreciate. Your 3R formula will always be kept in mind by all the scientists, researchers, innovators, and everybody else. I'll show the whole program to our respected chairperson, and she will remember all meetings, all advice from you. And also I will request my other family members to attend such presentation of your most valuable and wonderful deliberations. With affectionate regards, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, and quote. Thank you so much, Founder President, for this message.
Yeah, definitely his greatness. In fact, the kind of word which he has used here, I'm overhelped and really grateful to him. Thank you very much.
Just trying to add what Professor Malik has said. He has a group of young, very youngsters, rather very good researcher, and one of them is Dr. Mallika Chatterjee. He is a Wellcome Trust awardee and a faculty here. She has gone on a fellowship now, right now, but she was a Wellcome Trust fellow, and our faculty here joined as faculty. So this is what I wanted to.
Okay, so now we would like to express our gratitude by felicitating the guest. I would like to request Dr. Selvamurthy sir and Dr. B.C. Das sir, Dr. A. Chakravarti sir, so we can all felicitate the guest. Okay, so we can start with our guest of honor, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. So next we can facilitate Ms. Himashri Bhattacharya, Senior Executive, Science Communication. Dr. Soumya Kranti Ghosh, Grant Advisor. Dr. Tanya Das, Grant Advisor. Ms. Isha Goel, Grant Advisor. Thank you, everyone. Now this inaugural program cannot end without a vote of thanks. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Nilanjala Basu. I understand mouse, rats, everything is running or pumping inside the stomach. I'll just take 2 minutes. So respected dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dear friends and participants online. So before this inaugural session ends, I would like to introduce my institute, that is Amity Institute of Indian System of Medicine. Our esteemed founder, President Sir, has long been an ardent admirer of the Indian system of medicine and homeopathy. His profound understanding and appreciation of the rich heritage of Ayurveda
yoga, Unani, homeopathy, and other traditional healing practices have led him to recognize their immense potential in promoting holistic well-being. With a visionary outlook, he firmly believes in the power of these ancient healing tradition to complement modern medical practices and address various health challenges effectively. So, recognizing the need to preserve and promote these invaluable systems, he envisions creating a robust platform that encourages research innovation in this area. So, I am also a participant of this workshop, and I would also like to invite all the guests from DBT India Alliance to just visit our department and also see how it is just growing. Thank you. So I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and appreciation as we conclude the inaugural session for this enlightening and transformative science communication workshop. On behalf of the organizing committee and all the participants, I extend our sincerest thanks to all those who have contributed to the success of this success in organizing this event. First and foremost, our profound gratitude goes to our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Mukesh Kumar sir, whose presence has added immense value and inspiration to this occasion. Your insightful address on the significance of effective science communication has set the perfect tone for the workshop, guiding us all on the path of conveying scientific knowledge to the masses effectively. Thank you, sir. We extend our gratitude to India Alliance DBT Wellcome Trust, who have generously organized this workshop in Amity University, enabling us to inculcate knowledge to create a more substantial impact in the field of science communication, grant writing, and research publication. We are deeply grateful to our distinguished resource persons, Dr. Soumya Kanti Ghosh, Dr. Tania Das, Ms. Isha Goel, and Ms. Himanshi Bhattacharya for coming to share their expertise and experience with us today. Thank you so much. We are looking forward for your insightful presentation of these 2 days workshop that will enlighten us about the various facets of science communication. Our heartfelt gratitude goes out for our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, with whose blessings we move forward with all our work. We thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla for our constant inspiration and support. We are thankful to Dr. Selvamurthy sir. We are thankful to Dr. B.C. Das sir, and also our heartfelt gratitude to Professor A. Chakrabarti and his team of Amity Foundation for Science, Technology, Innovation Alliances, that is AFSTIA. The program coordinator, Dr. Ms. Shefali Kashyap, along with the organizing committee, Ms. Isha Sood, Mr. Abhinash Chauhan, Kamakshi Parasar, Ruchi Mahajan, Sonal Upriti. I hope I did not miss anybody for their constant effort and dedication to put this work together to form this wonderful event. And a special thanks to all the participants who have taken time out of their busy schedule to be a part of this workshop, both online and participants online and offline. And your active engagement and enthusiasm during the discussion will be rewarding and productive learning experience for all of us. I also thank the behind the scene contribution from the IT, photographers, the videographers and other supporting staffs for running this event smoothly. Last but not the least, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to each and one of you, the audience, for gracing this event with your presence. Your interest in science communication is a testament to the importance of effectively disseminating scientific knowledge. Thank you so much. Yes, sir, I mentioned the IT team. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nilanjana. Now, can we all gather together for a group photograph? So I request all the participants, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais to assemble so that we can have a group photograph. And after that, we can proceed for lunch at E2 foyer. And we will all reassemble here at 2:45 p.m.
You connect. No, he wanted to have a chat.
Dear participants, please take your seats so that we can start with the session.
Thank you. So very good afternoon to all the senior faculties, young researchers and students. So I'll be talking about the scientific writing, the anatomy of the scientific manuscript. Here I'll be talking about the purpose of the scientific writing, the basic structure of the research articles, and a bit of review articles. So I'm starting with a quote that I not only use all the brains I have, but all that I can borrow. So can you tell me in just 1 or 2 words that what is the purpose of publishing? Yes, yes, yes. So this is most important purpose, that to share and to communicate the scientific finding. Because I'm using this quote because so can you tell me in just the previous knowledge. So it is very important to share. Next purpose is to submit the work. That is very important for the evaluation of the work you are doing by the peer reviewers. Third is to contribute the knowledge and advancement to the specific area of research, to bring credibility, to make a growth of a particular laboratory or a particular group, and to support the personal academic advancement. So there are different types of publications: research articles, short communications, review articles, letters to the editors. So research articles are mainly the whole story, which is well characterized, novel, and have significant advance in research, mainly 3,000 to 5,000 words, having 5 to 7 main figures. Short communications are like definitive, very crisp story, significant discoveries, majorly 2,500 words to 3,000 words, 3 to 4 main figures and tables. Review articles is to write the thought-provoking things, bringing unique insight in recent and future development. It is mostly 3,000 to 4,000 words and having 4 figures or tables, and later to the editors to stimulate intellectual discussion, constructive criticism, usually written in response to a particular recent topics or any topics that is within the remit of the journal. So these are the basic steps, that first you have to collate all the data, the experiments that you have done, analyze it, structuring the total story. Then it is very important to identify the most suitable journal that is matching your scope and the focus of your work. So I'm coming to this point a little bit. And follow the journal guidelines. So there are distinct authors' guidelines. So it is very important to read all the authors' guidelines. Generally, we overlook this sometimes, like, okay, there are publications. I have gone through several publications of that particular journal. I know. No, go through it. So follow the journal guidelines and frame the anatomy of the scientific manuscript and submit after due diligence. Respond to the reviewers. This is another important section. That is, your comments should be in a best possible manner so that the reviewers can have that idea from your response that you are very passionate about your research. So how to identify the perfect journal? So this is one of the key of the success of your publications. So first you have to shortlist the journals that is matching the scope of your data. Next, to identify the target audience. For example, say you are working on the small molecule interaction with some DNA or some protein. Now, you may submit it to the molecular biology journal, you may submit it to the clinical journal, you may submit it to the interdisciplinary journal. But you have to find that who will be your target audience. And if you are writing in a molecular or clinical biology journals, there you can write the technical words that we generally use for molecular biology or the clinical biology, but you have to frame your work in that way so that it can go with the trends of the journal. Like if you are trying to publish the same work in the interdisciplinary journal, for the language you have to be lucid, because you don't know whether your audience or the reviewer is he from the chemistry background or he is from the biology background. So you have to frame in that manner where you want to publish. Next is the turnaround time. So if you are in a pressure of publishing within 6 months or 1 year, so you have to think that whether I should go for this journal or I should select in some other journals. You have to look at the publication fees, whether it is feasible for you. The journal reputability, the specific requirements of that particular journal you are going to submit. So I'm giving some example, as the example I already told, that if you are working on the small molecules, so there are journals like Journal of Medicinal Chemistry, Biochemical Pharmacology, and other small molecule journals. Now, you can submit any of the journals depending on the merit of your research. But for that, it is better that if you can just go through the recent current publications of that particular journal, because some of the journals, they are publishing same kind of work, but some of them are inclined towards high throughput data, some structural analysis, and some of them are little bit inclined towards a particular intrinsic molecular mechanism. So you have to fit your research within the flow of that journal. So that is one of the key of the success of your publication. So now I'm coming to the anatomy of the scientific manuscript. So as we know, there is a title, abstract, keywords, then introduction, material and methods, result, discussion, acknowledge, and references. So together we call it that introduction, material, methods, result, and discussion, we call it IMRAD. But when we frame a story, it will be better if we can start with the material and methods. Why? Because I am done with the material, all the experiments. Now for the materials and method, it is very important to write every particular of your experiments, like which antibody you are using, which ratio you are using, which chemicals you are using, which cell lines you are using. Now, so materials and method, this part, it doesn't require much of analyzing part, but it requires, you have to remember all these small things that you may forgot 2-3 months later. So that's why it is kind of unsaid rule. It is not written anywhere, but it is always better to start with the materials and method. So you don't have to think, but you have to remember for writing this part, that what exactly I have done. Then what is the result? What I have done, what is the exact conclusion that I am drawing from this experiment? So that is the result part. Next is the discussion, that what are the positive things, what are the negative things, whether it is going with the previous work or it is going against the previous work, that comes into the discussion section. There may be a different conclusion sections, or otherwise it may be together. Then the introduction part. So now you know your story very well. Now you have to connect it in the introduction part, that which will be the background, from where you have to start. You can have that idea. And after the introduction, the last 2-3 lines, there will be the conclusion of your story, that what you have done. what the gap you are filling. So next is the abstract and keywords, that is the summary and the title, and then the acknowledgement as well as the reference. So first I'm starting with the material and methods part. I am mentioning some do's and don'ts. Like these don'ts are like, they are not incorrect, but I must say they are not preferred. The chronological order coinciding with the techniques been used in result objective sequences. So you have to maintain the materials and method in the chronological order as you were mentioning in the results. Intent to support the reproducibility. So it is very important that whether you are, doing it in triplicate, thrice, whatever you are doing, you have to mention so that how, detailed are your study? Like, what is the reproducibility of your study? That can be understood by the reviewer and by the audience. So details of new methods, if you are inventing any new methods, you have to give every details of it. Or if you are adapting from the recent papers, the method is new, but you are adapting from the recent papers, then you have to cite it very nicely. But detail of the established method like PCR, Western blot, RNA, that cannot be mentioned. But the small things that I have already mentioned, that antibodies, the cell lines, your condition, that can be mentioned, which is unique to your experiments, that has to be mentioned. So it is always better to mention the standard unit system nomenclature, the IUPAC nomenclature or the SI units. So it is also very important to give the statistical analysis description. So it is very important that for which states you are doing which analysis. Include all the details that I have already mentioned. So be concise yet thorough while mentioning your equipment used. So this is one of the examples. So, there is a majority of the writings, there are problem of mixing of tense. So when you are using the methodology, it is always better to use past tense because you have already done this. So here they are used like weighing 350 to 400 grams were used. So this study was performed. So ethical committee clearance should be mentioned. Like they have mentioned that particular committee, they have the approval. Mentioning of the SI units. So there should be a clear details of every small things which are unique to their experiments. So they are not describing the method, but they are thorough but concise. So this is an ideal example of the methodology. Next, I'm coming into the results section. So prepare figure and tables with statistical significance. It is very important to show your reproducibility. So self-explanatory figure, table and legends should be there. So the figure legends, like you are mentioning every details of your, like what you have done. So it is very important to write that whether it is a representative picture or you are giving the average. That means when you are giving some images, so you have to mention it, that it is the representative picture. But when you are giving some like MTT assay, XTT assay, any titration, anything, that you can give the average. So it is very important to mention that which data you are giving there. And also when I was talking about the choice of journal, it is some guidelines are there regarding figure legends and all, but you have to read these publications, the recent publications of that particular journal very carefully, because there are small distinct structural difference between the journals in that particular figure legends, their mentioning of tables. So there are differences. So you have to go through it. This is one of the key, one of the keys of the success. So prepare the set of figures supporting each results objective, arrange them according to the sequence of development supporting each objective. support data with graphical representation as much as possible. So it is always better to quantify your data and then represent it. So here you can see this is apoptosis data or active caspase-3P data. So here it is quantified. So this is a representative picture, but this is, you can give the total, it is a showcase of the reproducibility of your data. So this is the average. And in the quantification, always do the average and the significance test. Use supplementary data freely. The statistical rules. So indicate the statistical tests with all relevant parameters. Understand the distribution of the data, whether it is normal or skewed. Use 2 significant digits unless more precision is necessary. So write-up should state the results and show how they answer the exact research question. So I'm giving an example. There is a question. State in a brief sentence telling readers that what you are going to tell them. The experimental approach, what you have done, the result, what you get, and the conclusion, that is your answer. So if you just divide it in different sectors, like this is the questions, that whether it evaluates the c-Myc inhibition by that particular molecule. So the green part is the experimentation, that they have used some exon-specific acid. Next is the result, what they found. They found some dose-dependent downregulation of that c-Myc expression. And finally, the conclusion, that which should be in present tense because it is the eternal truth, so that this particular molecule like downregulates the c-Myc expression. So the next example I'm giving. So there is a mRNA level data in 4 different groups of participants, and here A, B, C are the different representations of the same data. Now you tell me that which one is the perfect one. No one is incorrect, but say which one is the perfect. Can you give some mic to them?
Assuming that this is some kind of a study where participants, I would go with C.
Okay, and why?
Because it captures the individual participants' levels of that particular messenger RNA.
Yes, any other opinion?
C, because
which one? C.
C.
Okay.
As it is showing the mean range, that is the median value which we plot in a box plot. So it is trying to show that, but not completely, but still partially.
Yes. So, like the A is the mean with standard error. The second one is mean with standard deviation. It is always to give, standard deviation, because then you have the idea like how much your data point is different from the mean. And the C is the best representation in that data point because you have the idea about the range of your data points. Now, in the last session, in the ethics session, there was talking about the outliers. Now, there is an outliers. So what will you do with the outlier? Will you remove it?
We can remove it if it is really affecting the data more. But if it is a major change is due to the outlier, then we have to repeat the experiment.
Yes. So if you are repeating your data and you are very confident about your experimental accuracy, then there are like different opinions. Okay. So these outliers, if like you are testing some human samples and there are like 4 or 5 outliers are there. So how do you delete it? Should you? So then you have to think that whether there is any relation with that particular human samples with that particular gene expression. So that outliers may tell you something new, which is not, you are not thinking in that way. Okay, so it is not a very good idea to just delete the outliers. Now, if there are too many outliers, you cannot do anything. So there is like, either there is accuracy is very less, or there is the problem in the designing. But if there are really, you are very confident about your experimental accuracy, and if there are outliers and repetitively it is coming, then you have to think there must be some new things may be there. So that is the idea. So you have to analyze and reanalyze, and you are the best person who can judge which will be the best representation of your work. And if there are like more points, then you have to do this representation will not go there. So there you have to do the cluster analysis and other kind of analysis should be there. So here C is the correct one. So next I'm coming into the discussion part. So it should include the result of your research, the discussion of related research, the comparison between result and initial hypothesis. So there may be different paragraphs for each section. Like first paragraph, you may include like the essential interpretation based on your key findings. Include some of the main piece of supporting evidence, like some of the genomic data or some bioinformatic analysis, which is the lead one, which is the confirmatory one. So second paragraph, you can include the comparison in contrast to the previous study. So now, if it is contrasting, give both positive and negative references, which are going with your data and which is going against your data. You should mention both, highlighting the strength and the limitations of your study. It is very important. May mention any inconclusive or unexpected finding. It is also very important. Like these outliers, you can mention it in the discussion that there may be another correlation with that particular group of data. So the last paragraph. So summarize the hypothesis, discuss what your result mean to the scientific community, what gap it is filling, the potential future of the research, and state once again the main conclusion. So if there is like separate section for the conclusion, you have to be very precise on that, mostly 200 words, summarizing the entire story, maximum 3 to 4 sentences, and again, highlighting the main significance of your work in one line specifically. So then I'm coming to the introduction part. So first, you have to tell about the background material and the state. You have to state the question. What are the question of your study? The citation. So when you are discussing the background, you have to cite it properly. Like that citations should be well balanced. If the finding conflicting, then cite both kind of results. So citing the recent publications is very important. It is not better to give like 10 years old citations. And it is always important to give the relevant citations. So studies cited should be relevant to your studies. So purpose of the study. Then you have to mention that what gap in knowledge your study is filling. So then hypothesis and the objective, a sentence or two, how the study is conducted, a brief summary of your finding. So that is the last part of your introduction, where you are telling that what gap it is filling and what you have done very precisely and what is the conclusion. So these last two parts should be within 3 to 4 lines. So I am giving an example and I'm asking some questions like there. So this is considered, this is published in 2023. So this citation, is it proper? No. The new publications. Yes, it is 2002. So is there any conflicting view mentioned in this article? Anyone, please? Anyone, quickly. Sorry, I can't hear you.
So where it is mentioned that the most comics and
Yes.
graphic novels are
Yes.
silly, violent, and chauvinistic. So that's
Yes.
one's personal opinion, and I think it should not be generalized and should not be cited on a
Yes.
public platform.
So, for example, I have given, yes, we have to be very choosy about your language. And if it may be conflicting, but you have to give in a proper way. Okay. Yes. Yes. So, did the author mention his or her objective?
Yes.
So, yes. So they have mentioned. So is there there is a brief summary that with our approach, the librarians are finding the graphic novels a powerful tool in getting reluctant students to read. So now I'm coming to the abstract and keywords. So can you remember this ad? This got viral a few years back. So, okay, don't have to remember. Can you tell anything about this ad? Like what it is? Anyone? So I'm telling you, it is the ad of Cred. That is a credit card app. Okay. But why I am giving this? Because from looking to this picture, it is not very evident that what ad it is. But if I say it, can you tell? Amul butter. Everyone can tell. And which one is this?
Pepsi.
Pepsi. So it is very evident. So why I am showing this? Because sometimes this one-liner that may be sufficient to tell all about your product. So abstract is like this. It is the advertisement of your job, your product, your research. So it should be interestingly and easily understandable. You have to be very precise, and it is the part by which you are selling your product. So there should be what has been done, what are the main findings, what is new, what current limitations it overtakes. There are precise structure of abstracts like background, brief 2-3 sentences of introduction to the research area, the particular objective that clearly state the research question that to be answered, the method, what have you did, how you did, important information of your methods, concert for randomized trials, for example, microanalysis, chromos analysis, what you have done, then the results. That is the key finding of your study. Finally, one line, that is the conclusion. Why the finding matters and what can it mean for the area of research. So you have to be very conscious about the word limit because in many cases it is like 200 to 300 words. It is restricted to the word limit. And the graphical abstract, which is one of the major part. So avoid the classical in this paper in starting. Avoid bibliographical references in the abstract. Avoid acronyms if used. Definition must be present in the main text. Write the abstract in one paragraph. And you have to be very careful about the tense that you are using. So this is an example. So can you identify that what is known? So this is the background that I have already mentioned in the last slide. So this is the background. Then the method use. So first it is telling about the target guided synthesis. Next, it is telling that what they have done. They have used the DNA nanotemplates and finding some small molecules. Now they are describing their main findings, that what they have done. So like they have found some molecules upon these reactions, which is doing some c-Myc inhibition and all. So now it is the concluding statements that this highlights the TGS nano-TGS approach may serve as a valuable strategy to generate the target selective ligands, and it is important for the drug discovery. So I don't know why this black bar is coming here. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. So yes, so objectives are there. Like they told that we herein demonstrate an innovative example of TGS using DNA nanotemplate that promote that particular cycloaddition. And they are trying to identify the small molecules on that particular reactions. Yes, but that methodology is saying about identifying the particular molecule, because they're using a new methodology here, and this methodology itself is describing about the invention of the new molecule. So this is a paper on target guided synthesis where they use this DNA nanotemplates for synthesizing the synthetic compounds, synthetic ligands. Okay, so there it is a very the best part of that paper is they're writing that this DNA, they are choosing its own molecule. Okay, so this, in the objective, this methodology is important because they are inventing that methodology. Yes, this is yes, it will depend. I already told that there are not fixed things, but it is preferred. So depending on what you are inventing, the objectives should be there. Language can be varied, of course. So I don't know why this black bar is coming, I don't know. So here I'm talking about the graphical abstract. So a single image designed to help the reader to quickly gain an overview, quickly ascertain the purpose and result of the given research, should be in journal format. That is very important, that the dimension should be followed. And it may be used in research articles, even in thesis or review. So in this journal, the Journal of Allergy and Clinical Immunology, there is a representation of SARS-CoV-2 infection in thymus. So there may be, this is one kind of representation that they are, giving the picture of the thymus, they are giving the methodology, they are giving the results. So this is one kind of representation of graphical abstract from where we can have the view that what they are exactly doing. The another things is not coming, I guess. Okay, so there may be it is not coming actually. So yes. Pardon? Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
So in journal, sometimes they also ask the text for the graphical representation.
Yes. So
right?
it is not better to use much of text,
Yeah.
but if it is required, some small 1-2 words is required, then you can give it. Okay. So the next figure is not coming actually here. I don't know why it is not coming. So it was just you can represent it you can symbolize this. Okay, so there was a picture, actually it is not coming here, that they're optimizing the acetylene molecules in a particular reaction. So they've drawn some human figures, which is representing the acetylene molecules, and some small houses where they are arranging. Okay, so that representation you can give on that way. So there are differences in views that how I will represent my own data. But there is another kind of, this is another kind of representation that I wanted to say, but it is unfortunately, it is not coming here. So there are tools for indexers and search engine to find the relevant keywords from your abstracts. So terms and words that characterize the main domain to which the paper pertains, some of them may be present in the title and represent the content of the manuscript. So choosing the keywords, it is very important for the citations also. Because when someone is searching for that particular keyword, if it is in the keyword, the search engine will find it fast. It will find it if this particular term is in the main text, but it will find it first if it is in the keywords. So you have to be very choosy about your keywords. So specific methods you can mention there, specific techniques, abbreviation firmly established in the field, specific to the field or subfield. New and uncommon abbreviations may not be used. This is also not coming. So from this article, so these are some keywords that I have found, like target guided synthesis, Wilson cycloaddition, the quadruplex, CMYC, transcription, DNA nanotemplate, drug discovery. These are the examples. So, but there are restrictions of keywords. There may be 4 to 5 keywords. So next, I'm coming to the title. So title is like the cherry on your cake. So it should be concise and informative. Typically in present tense. Entice the reader, incorporate important keywords, write in sentence case. It is always better to avoid long, wordy, full of jargons, writing titles as question. Do not use acronyms or abbreviations. Avoid waste word like studies on, investigation on, as, and, etc. So these 3 are different examples of one title. So you tell me that which one is the better. The last one, yes. So because first one is too wordy and the title is a question. So title generally cannot be a question. Second one is insufficient information is there. Third one is right, but it may be varied depending on you, that what you want to like, what you want to give. So there may be variation of language, there may be variation in information, that if you think that this word should be in the title, if it is important to your research, then you have to give it. So there are typical format of titles which are generally followed. So like for systematic review or meta-analysis, like treatment, then the disease, then the population and the outcome. Like effectiveness of the hepatitis B treatment in HIV infection adolescent, in the prevention of liver disease, a systematic review or a meta-analysis. So for clinical trial, there may be intervention, then the symptoms, then the disease, and then the population. So like using sleep app lessen insomnia in post-menopausal women in Southwest United States, a randomized control in clinical trial. So in general molecular studies, like characterization or identification or evaluation of the molecule name, the organism or tissue you are searching for, and by the specific biological methods. Then, like this is an example, like identification of putative type 1 sex pheromone biosynthesis related gene expressed in the female pheromone glands of that particular organism. So next is the acknowledgement. That is the one of the most neglected part, but it is very important to thank all the people you have contributed to the manuscript, but not that much extent so that you can give it to the authorship. Technical help, intellectual assistant, allowed use of special equipments and assistance with writing and proofreading. Like as Dr. Mukesh said, that when you are writing manuscript, grants, anything, you can give it to your colleague who is not directly, who is from the same background, but not directly involved in your manuscript. It really helps. So you have to mention their name in the acknowledgement. The funding agency or the agencies giving your like grant or fellowship, and sometimes there is a portion like you have to give the contribution that these author contributed in that part. These, it is very important to give that. Who designed the experiments, who have done the experiments, who have done the like biophysical part, or who have done the molecular biology part. This is very important to mention. And if you can write this, the authorship can be automatically justified depending on that. So next, references. It is another important but neglected part. This helps to communicate readers what led to the authors to the idea. The cited articles helps to justify the author's claim and give insight how it feeds into a bigger objective of the research area. So every statement above, that is mentioned about your previous work, that should be properly cited. And a research article should be sufficiently cited. So publication having conflict with the finding should be cited, like positive and negative citations should be there. This is why I am talking about this, because this is the area where you can opportunity to explain that what you're finding and why it is different from the previous knowledge. For that, you have to cite the conflicting ideas. So a reference list and the in-text citation should be conformed strictly to the style that is given by the guidelines. So there are different styles like Harvard, APA, Vancouver, and there are different guidelines for different journals. So the citations should be properly mentioned. You have to be very careful. The writings are not coming somehow. So you have to be very careful about, the spelling of the authors, name of the authors, the year, the publication information, everything. So reference lists should be in the chronological order as you have mentioned in the background or materials and method where. And check the followings like that I have already mentioned, that spelling of author names, year of the publication, usage. So usage of et al. Like in some journals, there are like after 5 authors, you have to give et al. So you have to follow it very strictly. So there are some reference managers which we generally use like EndNote, Mendeley, Zotero, etc. So overinflate of manuscript with references can be avoided. Self-citation, retracted articles, submitted manuscripts cannot be referred. So together, be mindful regarding the authorship, the fabrication and falsification of the data as discussed by Isha. You have to avoid plagiarism. You have to check plagiarism before you, wherever you are submitting, you have to check plagiarism. Misuse of statistics. So already she has mentioned the verbosity. So there is key takeaways like ensure your reproducibility. So logical flow in main results. Make a strong point for novelty and the significance of your finding. Create a strong first impression. Don't let language distract to your reader from the main message. And then again, I will suggest you to read, reread, and proofread. This is a very funny comics. So researchers used to say that there should be a button which will actually submit 20 minutes later when you are submitting it, because so that you can find some more errors. So it is always better, like when you are going, so for young researchers, I can mention it, that when you are going through a particular research manuscript, you are writing every day, just leave it for 2 days and then come again. Definitely you will find some errors and give it to your colleagues. But it should be confidential when you are giving to someone else. So now I am coming to the review articles. So I will tell a little bit about the different types of review articles. That is the literature review, a general survey of research topic, overview of current knowledge, allowing your identity, relevant theories, methods, gap of existing research that aims to provide the reliable and unbiased account. So your insight is very important in this particular case. So then the systematic review, a specific attempt to answer a highly focused research question. A systematic review generally collate and related studies, then exhibit reviews and analyze their results. And then the meta-analysis, that is properly defined research questions. Here compare and evaluate a defined number of similar studies, analyzing data from different studies. So systematic review is more of qualitative rather than meta-analysis, which is more of quantitative. So some do's and don'ts that define your questions, identify and use the credible sources, take notes, unbiased and critical analysis, summary. So take home messages, identify the lacuna that is need to be explored in future studies, because here you are not inventing something, but you have to give the idea that what are there, what are not there. It is very important to mention that. From that, the reader can have that idea that what can be done. So components of the review articles, first the title, the succinctly, they describe the scope of the review, accessible and engaging, single standalone sentences like 7 to 12 words, and new abbreviations can be avoided there. Abstract, topic, background, explain its timely and worthy key goal messages. As I have mentioned already, 150 to 200 words. A brief introduction, the background citations, so key theme, process of approach, aim, scope of the article, outline subtopics. So this may be 300 to 500 words and to be written in continuous prose. So now I'm coming to the main text. So discussion on the research finding on the relevant topic, adequate info on the methodologies, results and conclusion of each research paper, highlighting the significance of the research finding, critically appraised strengths and the weakness of the individual papers, careful and balanced discussion, and you have to be very critical about choosing the language here. And it is typically like 3,500 words to 500 words. There should be some representative figures and tables. So next to the conclusion part of the review, like summary of themes and take-home messages, author's perspective on future research in the field, some outstanding questions, continuous prose for bullet points for emphasizing some points. So they may be 350 to 500 words long. Then the references, like all proper citations. So now this is example of the abstract where they are talking about about the background, then their insight and the take-home message. So this is one of the examples. And this is one of the examples, like here it is the introduction of the review part. So here look at the citations. I have given it for the citations because it is published in 2023. So the publications should be within 10 years of when you are going to submit it. So that's all. Thank you. So I have already told many of do's and don'ts what can be done. So I think that it is your research. You are the best person to judge the merit of your work. So you just do your job. You just frame it. You select the best journal which is suitable and go ahead. Thank you. So any questions? I'm open to further questions. Yes.
I have one question.
Yes.
I am online.
Yes. Tell me.
Let me introduce. I am Dr. A.K. Singh. I am an MAT FSTA. I was attending the inaugural function.
Hello, sir.
I heard your last part of the lecture. Quite impressive, quite informative, and thanks for highlighting even the minor issues for any researcher to write.
Thank you.
I have a general question on review articles.
Yes.
Generally the review articles are written by someone who has certain level of experience and expertise in the field and has contributed.
Yes.
So that he can grasp the area, the research publications which are coming, and then he also interjects or incorporates his wisdom and then writes the review article. But generally the latest trend is that it is previously it was something which you would do after doing something. Now I think it is the starting point. If I have to start working in tuberculosis, first I will write the review article. What is your take on this?
Yes, so when you are writing a review, you have to have, knowledge on that particular area. Okay, so to our opinion, it is always better that if you have some experimental knowledge, you have the idea of the lacuna, you have the idea of the problems that in that particular area, of course, your view will be separate. Who is starting in that particular field. Of course, the viewpoint will be different.
Because I think I'll just convey and request all the young researchers, they should not always start with the review article, because the importance of the review article, which used to be, I think is getting upside down, it is getting tapered. I think we have to address this issue.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation, ma'am. Personally, I was I'm looking a bit more information. I'm sorry for this, glitches. Yes. So personally, I'm looking bit more information from the presentation in order to generate an interactive session, because many of us are mid-level faculty members.
Yes.
So, for example, like if you could elaborate more on how to build a research question.
Yes.
Or how to write an objective.
Yes.
What is the scientific objectives? How it should be written when you are doing when you are drafting a manuscript.
Yes.
And how to relate it with your methodology. And it should reflect on your conclusion too. So some of these things, it would have been better. Otherwise,
yes, actually, here are, a mixture of audience, like some of them are like MSc students, some of them are doing PhDs, some postdocs, and some senior faculties are there. So this presentation is generalized for all, and it is mainly for the pre-PhD and fresh PhD students. Yes, in the next time, we'll keep it in mind that we may, give that overviews. We can add these overviews because we cannot omit all this, because otherwise it will be a problem for the new students, new young researchers. So it should be mentioned, it should be highlighted. It's a point that I have already told. Yes, so we can add this. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. Yes.
Ma'am.
Yes.
My question is, in research papers, we should give result-oriented titles or objective-oriented titles. Which one is better for visibility?
No, objective or result, the title should tell that what you are doing, what your research is telling. Okay, so it may be, if your result is like, your result part is telling a new thing, then you can give it. If the objective is telling that what you are doing, so it depends on you. So what exactly you are going to tell. So just like in our days, we used to think like, this is like quiz, say one line about your thesis. So that may be the title. Okay, so you have to give everything on that one line. So it may not be from the result, may not be from, typically from the objective. It may be mix up of all these parts. but it should tell all about the one-liner about your research work that can explain all of your research. Any more questions? Thank you then.
We were sorry for the inconvenience. We were just waiting for Dr. Soumya Kanti Ghosh. He was about to arrive. Up till then, we can have an interaction session. You can interact with each other regarding your research or any collaborative whatever you want to have an interaction.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So now that you all have got to understand, like, although like it would be, it would be wrong of me to say that you all have learned how to write a research paper. You all must have written a research paper by now, manuscript. Tanya has given a perspective about what are the small aspects which are required or essential while writing a research paper, research article. So I will be basically talking about how we go about responding to reviewers. Although this is also an exercise which all of us actually here must have done it once or twice or more than that. But still, let us just go through the points. Let's see which are the points which are new to you guys, or we can have discussion over it. Okay. Okay. So generally, what happens is you submit a manuscript. It goes to the desk of the managing editor. Basic check happens. Then it goes for peer review. Then revision. Then copy editing, and then finally everything is fine. Then it get published. So currently at the moment, what I'm going to discuss is the peer review part. Okay. Okay. So what is peer review? So according to the journal, it is a way to assess the validity, the quality of work, the originality, the novelty of the work, and filtering out, a process of filtering out poor manuscript written or poor scientific work than the ones which are worth publishing, right? Sometimes your work is really good. You have done an excellent job. You actually wrote a good story, but unfortunately, the way the story has been put forward in front of the reviewers are not good enough. So your interpretation and their interpretation clashes. And then they come up with a lot of questions and they ask you questions, right? So in that case, do not get annoyed. Certainly they will ask questions, and that is the reason why it goes for the peer review. So all you have to do is answer them. Why? Because it will improve the quality of your own manuscript. So today there are maybe 3 or 4 peer reviewers who are actually looking at your manuscript. Once it gets published, there's this entire scientific society which is going to look at it, right? And if this process is not being done properly, then there is a chance when there are certain research groups out there who might can challenge your finding, and then this you might end up have to retract your article. So in order to avoid such kind of incidents to happen, which can impact yours as well as your students' career, it is always better to take the entire peer review process in a very positive manner. Okay. It makes your manuscript more robust, easier to read, and more useful, right? At the end of the day, why you are publishing? Certainly, you have to publish paper in order to show productivity of your work, your own productivity, and excel in your own career. But the main motto behind the publication is that your work should benefit the larger scientific society, right? Students, researchers should find your work useful, and then only it gets cited. So what does a peer reviewer basically look for? Conceptual novelty, right? Certainly, your work has to have something novel in it, something new in it. Your information cannot be the information which has already been published by 2-3 people, right? Sound methodology, yes, it is very important, because if your methodology is not sound, then there are chances that reviewer will question your outcomes. They will question the result you have got, the kind of interpretations you are making, right? Next, results are plausible and well presented. certainly the statistical analysis, the way it has been portrayed. And that is the reason why when we have done our PhD, when we see other PIs working on the figures, my PI specifically always used to make sure that figures are perfect first. So he used to prepare the figures. Okay, maximum of 4, that is it, which are to be going for the main manuscript. He will align them. It used to be very irritating, but he will put extra effort to align them properly, put them in the center, and then all the statistical checks have to be done, of course. So it is important that your figure is well presentable. And another reason why your figure has to be presentable, because I remember I was working with Dr. Nagraj at IISER Pune, and Dr. Nagraj had this idea that whenever there's a journal club meeting, every one of the lab member will have to identify that one figure out of all the figures in that manuscript, which you feel that is the turning point of your manuscript, right? So now, and the thing is that not all the lab members can always say, okay, I agree with that person, and that is why it is important. You all have to give some new information, some new perspective, why they feel that the figure is important, right? So think that there will be so many students who will be going through your research article, try to understand, identify the most essential figure. And if your figure is not presentable enough or is not giving proper, clear information, how irritating that student will feel, right? So it also actually creates a fan following. If your figures are excellent, that student will always try to look for your publications, because that is going to benefit in his or her career or while doing the PhD work or postdoc work. Interpretations of result has to be valid, of course. So peer reviewer always look for the value, as Tanya has already discussed, right? There were 3 graphs, then there were then outlier was there. So Tanya said that the C one is the one which is preferred. Why? Because that data, there are data points, right? You have your own analysis, you have your own way of interpreting it. You use that graph so that the reviewers also get to have their own interpretation, right? So if there is something where reviewer find that your interpretation is deviating or kind of missing some point, then they can bring it out. The reviewer can point it out, and you can take that as a note and try to find out what are the better ways to make that or make changes in that experiment, right? So it is important that your interpretation has to be very valid, and manuscript is readable and accessible, of course. So these are the points which peer reviewers generally look for. Now, outcomes of peer review, except with minor revisions, very rarely it happens. Okay, I mean, they always will have some or other major revision to ask you to do. But then, yes, there are, right? So there are chances where there would be a minor revision and they will say, okay, we accept it. Then the one which generally occurs with every one of us, all of us must have faced this, that is the major revision, right? Very common, detailed response to comments and revision to manuscript may still be rejected in the later stage once you submit your revised manuscript. And the third one, this is the rejection, which generally happens in the very preliminary stage itself. In the editorial board, they reject your manuscript for various reasons. Maybe it do not fall within the scope of the journal, or they didn't find your work to be that important, or not important actually, not that giving to the society at this stage with the data you have. Maybe they are expecting more validatory experiments to be done so that your idea can be foolproof and your manuscript can be foolproof in that case. So there are these 3 outcomes which can come out of a peer review. Well-crafted response to reviewers. So when you get, generally, whenever we get major revision, sometimes the reviewers are very sarcastic. Sometimes they will be very hard-hitting statements will be coming from them. But it is completely upon us that we have to be very humble from our side, because our objective is to get it published, right? So always have a cover letter whenever you're submitting. Always have a cover letter which gives a summary of the changes which have been made some new data which has been incorporated in it, and and responding to most essential criticisms, right? So there will be, like, if there are 3 review response, I have always seen there is 1 review response which is always good, too good to be true. But then there are 2 next which are like basically banging you on the head. So look into the criticism, take it positively, and respond like what are the changes you have done based on the criticism you have received from them. Point out the conflicts, okay, introduce typographical conventions, and I'll always thank the editor and reviewer for their time. I'm not sure whether all the journals pay their reviewers. I think they should be. So, okay, they are not, right? So that means that their time is important, and they're taking that time out to review your manuscript, right? So it is always prudent to go and thank them for that. Okay, so the main psychology how you work while responding to reviewers is answer politely, answer completely, do not leave like, you know, like incomplete thing. Always try to completely respond to them with all evidences, everything, and give a proper conclusion that with these changes which, or these extra experiments we performed, and this is the conclusion we came across, and because of which I think this output or this result which we have received is more comprehensive now, or is adding more value to the story. Then the answer with evidence. I mean, certainly you cannot just say that, yeah, we agree with you, right? Or like, I have done this experiment and I got this result, and that is, they need evidence. So evidence is your figures. Use as much as supplementary to, you know, respond to them with evidence, because it is not a crime to add supplementary data. Okay, add supplementary data as much as possible so that reviewer get the opportunity to look into your data and understand where is like your story has come from, where are your interpretations are coming from. Okay. It also gives clarity. I mean, it is okay. It is better to not have any misunderstanding, right? So give as much as data possible. So answering politely is most important. Okay, so yeah. I think you have to press it.
So I was asking if I face such issues sometimes. So if I get the comment from 2 or 3 reviewers, so they and sometimes even the reviewers' comments conflict each other. You know, one is saying like that parts X you have to give some more clarity on the part X, something like this. And other reviewer saying there's no need to add this part X, so you can remove it. So this is,
okay,
like,
on the same
thing.
Okay.
I faced such issues. Like practically, I faced it. So sometimes it's a little tricky for me. So how to handle this issue? So I just like so I need some like what do you say your suggestion?
Okay, so in that case, I would suggest that you look into, see, both of them, if anybody is asking you for something, they will always give a reason behind asking that, right? And the person who is asking you not to include it into your manuscript will be also giving some one-liner sentence why he or she feels that that specific part should not be in the manuscript, right? Now, it is your work at the end of the day. It is your story. Now, if you think that part is really important, if that part is really important, give your own perspective. Put your own idea. Like, why do you think this is important to your manuscript? What angle is it giving to your story? And why, if that thing gets removed, the plot can deviate somewhere else, right? But if you think that the second one is correct, I should remove it, then for that also you have to give a reason that this is the reason why I think that this is not essential at the moment. Maybe I would work upon it later on and will build upon it. But at this moment, this thing I do not think is suitable for my story. I did add it previously in order to add as much as information I have received while doing the experiments. But now at this moment, based on your suggestion, I feel that it can be removed. Now, what happens here is that once you send the responses, certainly the responses do not immediately go to the reviewers. It actually go to the editors. Editors look into it, and then they feel like, then they look into it, and if they find that your responses are sufficient enough, then they move it to the reviewers, right? So in that case, then you have to think that it is a person who is actually going to look at it. The person who said no, the person who said yes, and the editor who is the neutral person here, right? So all those aspects are here. So as I said, it is your story. You know the best what is needed, what is not needed. Their suggestion is just barely there to give you an angle, which you might have missed sometime, okay, while writing the manuscript. Yeah.
No, you can write to the reviewer, because most of the time we are also editors. So we know if one of the reviewers is at that particular time is saying yes and another is saying no, the editor can take a call. And in fact, we as an editor don't send those comments to the reviewer. We just delete those comments. We have the right to do that. Plus, another thing is that if you think both the reviewers are there, reviewer 1 and 2, and if you think reviewer 2 is right, you can remove it, put it as a supplementary. So you are now on a win-win situation. You removed it, but that's in the supplementary also. So that will be a best possible strategy to follow, but we have already followed such things and they really work. Okay. Yeah.
Well, there you got the answer from an experienced person himself. I mean, whatever is suitable. Yeah, I mean, like there is no right or wrong path here. Again, as I said, it is your story. You put it. Editor will look into it, or sometimes they take the call. So it is fine always. Yeah. Okay. Next one is answer politely. Apologize if intended meaning was not conveyed. It is always okay to apologize. Fine. On daily basis, we say sorry to random people. So what is wrong to apologize here? Then if the reviewer fails to understand something, perhaps not the subject-specific expert, revisit manuscript to check the clarity of the text. So for example, I wrote a manuscript which is talking about cytoskeleton rearrangement, integrins and everything, and how that is actually helping in the motility of cancer cells or transition from benign to metastasis, right? Now, as a person who is looking for reviewers for this specific manuscript, I did approach to a person who works on the same idea, but that person is not available to review it. So I'm looking for a list of other reviewers, and there is another person who works on cytoskeletal remodeling and integrin, raft knot formation and all. And that person can take up the challenge of reviewing your manuscript. Maybe that person is do not work on the cancer or metastasis on that aspect, but still, right? So it is always like whatever comment comes from the reviewer, always have this with the perspective, maybe that person is not expert in the field. So always revisit what exactly you have written in the manuscript and how can you make it more easier for another third person to understand what exactly you intended to inform the audience or your readers, right? Yeah, so that would be totally depending on the journal, right? So if the editor feels that a third person need to be checked, because approaching another third person is a time-taking process, right? So it's totally on the journal how they actually want to go ahead with it. So there I can't say much. Sometimes they want to find out another subject matter expert and maybe may ask that person to review that part. But that necessarily do not mean that they will send to those reviewers. They generally don't do that. They always have their set of reviewers to whom they are going to send. If they are not getting any person who is accepting to review the manuscript, maybe at that later stage, they will go to that list of reviewer which has been recommended by the author, right? Okay, great then. Well, it's really good that I'm getting your perspective as an editor here. Great. Okay, so avoid sarcastic phrases. Okay, there is no need to be sarcastic. Always, as I said, whatever comments come along, take this with a pinch of salt that maybe that person is not a subject matter expert. Ho sakta hai. They can have a different opinion. It is up to us. It is incumbent upon on the author how well the message has been conveyed. If it's not been conveyed well, what is wrong to just write another paragraph and make the other person understand it, right? Communicate concerns over a hostile reviewer to the managing editor. So generally it happens that as a PI, you all mostly know who are the people working across the globe in your subject matter, right? On the subject on which you're working, these are the people who are working in the same field, and there might be people with whom you might have some conflict. And based on the responses you get in the reviewer comments, if you find that person is actually being very hostile, then it is fine. Like, be very cautious about it to inform reviewers, inform the editor. But if you really feel all the comments are very hostile, it's not at all like, it's not the case that the person in the reviewer is trying to discuss the science, rather that person is trying to accuse of you of anything like wrongdoings and all constantly in every point, then that can be taken as a hostile behavior. In that case, you can always report it to the managing editor and inform them about it. So it is totally on the journal what next step they would like to do, but it is something which you can do from your own part. Okay. Now answer completely. Make the response self-contained, refer to specific section, name, line number, and everything. So whenever you make changes in the manuscript, certainly you cannot expect that person to identify that line number, that paragraph, the moment you are mentioning it, right? So it is always better, like whenever you're making any changes, you have incorporated something in your manuscript, you mention that this is the paragraph number, this is the objective 2, paragraph 2, line number this. Okay, so it helps them to reach to that location just the moment they are reading your response and identify what are the changes you have done. One overarching point may comprise of multiple subcritics. Respond to every point raised by each reviewer sequentially. So the sequence in which the comments have reached to you, the points which has been raised, try to respond them sequentially the way they have asked the question. There might be it is better to go like that because maybe the person have looked into your manuscript and there is a sequence of questions which has come to his mind, right? So as and when the questions have been put, it is better to respond accordingly in the same sequence so that the person get to understand the story, like why and how it has been done. Use typography to help the reviewer navigate your response. Explicitly state which change relative to the previous version. Very clearly mention what are the changes which have been made. Answer with evidence. Perform additional experiments if possible, of course. If they are asking, if they are not okay with the data you have received, if they are not okay with the kind of result you are presenting there, then it is always better to do an additional experiment to support your hypothesis there. Acceptable to include unpublished data to address reviewers' queries. Sometimes you can just include the unpublished data just so that the reviewer get to see it and understand why you are making a statement or why you are coming to a conclusion that you are coming at the moment. If requested experiments are beyond the scope of manuscript, present rational arguments. So, for example, there are certain reagents which are not available with you. There are certain equipments which are not available with you, and the reviewer has asked you to do some very high-end experiment for which you need specific new collaborations and all. So those are not possible in that 1.5 or 2 month of period which they give you to revise and send it back to them, right? So instead of that, what my boss used to do is he used to do alternative experiments. Alternative way, what with all the available resources, he will propose some alternative experiments. He will do those alternative experiments. And in the response, he will write that instead of doing this, which you have asked, these are the alternative experiments which I did in order to validate my result. And this is what the conclusion which has come out, right? So this is somewhere you are putting a rational argument in front of the reviewer. You're not just saying the reviewer that, no, sorry, it's not possible. I don't have the resource. You are basically giving a rationale behind, because it is not possible at the moment. So I have done these other alternative experiments, and it is kind of supporting the result or the outcome which I have presented in my manuscript previously. Okay. Cite relevant publications to strengthen your argument wherever possible. Sometimes what happens, not all reviewers will be well versed about all the work which has been done previously in your field of research, right? So sometimes they end up asking, why haven't you done this experiment? You should do this experiment. And if you find that there's already a publication where they have talked, maybe like maybe the strain is the same parasite, the strain is different, and the outcome is something which is supporting your data, you can always cite that. And you can say that, see, this is the study which has already been done. There is no much difference between the outcome like in that strain and this strain. And this is what has come out. So if you still insist me to perform the experiment, I will do it. But these are the citations. I'm citing it. I'm already giving you the information that these have already been published. So you do not have to bother yourself with doing same experiment again, right? Provide original and raw data if requested. As they can always request for a raw data, original data, you can provide them if that's needed. Okay, so I will now go about talking about 4 examples here. So here reviewer 1 has written that the study first describes the novel role of RELIS in blood development and its association with ecdysone signaling, as well as with innate immunity. The study is interesting, well designed, and the mechanism shown is novel enough to merit the journal. But the last part, where the biological significance of REL in the PSC is described, is rather weak compared to the other genetic interactions and require further assessment or better description, right? So this part of the comment has positive, as well as there are points which the reviewer wanted to point out, right? So how would you answer them? So for the first part, you will thank them. Thank you very much for your comments. We are happy to note that our effort is well appreciated. So this is something which gives a reviewer that, okay, that person is acknowledging the fact that I have read it, I've understood it, and I appreciate the work which has been done by the author. Then for the part where the point has been raised, thank you for your input. We have addressed all the concerns related to the biological significance of REL in hematopoietic NIS PSC. All the experiments suggested from your end have been performed to add strength to this part of our manuscript. Thanks a lot for enriching our study. Right? So here the author has taken the comment in a very serious note as well as in a very positive note. The author has understood that this point which has been raised by the reviewer is actually important to strengthen the manuscript. And that is the reason why author completed those experiments, got the results, and is informing the reviewer. Okay. So these are the ideal way to respond to the reviewers. Now, for example, reviewer is very picky and has issue with the reference list and everything. So how would you go about responding to that? Thank you for calling our attention to this issue. So thank you. Very important word. Due to the flexibility offered by the eLife, we are using the Vancouver citation style in the version. So whenever they're talking about the references, always try to say, why have you used certain citation style? Because the author guidelines have mentioned that it has to be Vancouver's citation style or Harvard, whichever it is. We resolved the issue and carefully checked and corrected the reference list. Furthermore, then if, for example, when you have submitted your manuscript previously, there was a paper which you have cited, but later on you realize that that has been retracted. So it is not wrong to remove that totally from the reference list. You can remove it and also given, notify the reviewer that we have noticed that the following paper has been retracted during the revision process, and so we have omitted the reference from our reference list, right? So regarding references, you can go about responding to them like this. Now, let us come for the figure. Images require quantification in figure 2, supplement 1. For example, by only glancing at the images of PV, PANCS, and NFX and NXF2 versus H2AV localization, I would not have drawn the same conclusion as the author. Authors should quantify the co-localization of GFP and RFP foci to support the conclusion, right? So again, start with thank you for your comment. Now, what you did, why you did, what is the way about you performed that experiment, okay? And then provide the details. So there would be like, maybe the reviewer might not have seen the methodology in such detail, right? So in order for the reviewer to, to understand what experiment you did, how you did, and why do you think that way of quantification is the way forward to look into the, to get a proper information without, compromising on the analysis part of yours, you can always direct them to those lines that this is where it has been properly mentioned. Kindly look into it and inform yourself. Okay. Then the hypothesis that, then example 4, the hypothesis that RNA and HSP-B8 compete for the interaction with FAS is interesting. However, the data supporting this are preliminary, and the question requires more thorough investigation of example by pull-down experiment. Okay. Now, as I said, you do not have time, you do not have resource to complete that experiment. Then what you will do? You agree. We agree with the reviewer that the current data is in support of our hypothesis that RNA and HSP ... is somewhat preliminary and requires experimental validation in future studies. However, interaction or binding studies are suggested by the reviewer are very challenging in condensates and will likely not be quantitative. For example, so now you inform what are the alternative method you have used. For example, we have tried to ... However, the data was inconclusive and did not permit a quantitative statement. We therefore feel that although the suggested experiment is interesting in its own right, it is clearly beyond the scope of the present manuscript. And you also put forward the option that if you are still willing, if you still feel that no, that is important and this data is not admissible in the manuscript, we will be completely removing the figure from the manuscript. Okay. So, but then again, just because reviewer said it, you do not have to abide by it. But if your own analysis also says that yes, this is not a good figure to keep, you always can give the choice to the reviewer that if you allow, I'm willing to remove it. Okay. This actually gives a very positive message to the editor also. It is not only the reviewer you're responding to, even the editor is trying to understand you because the editor is associated with the journal. So if it gets published, reviewer ka kuch nahi hoga. Editor is the one who is responsible to make sure that the work which is getting published in the journal is good, right? So it is also the editor who should feel positive by the response he or she is receiving. Okay, so with this, I conclude the way you can respond to your reviewers, and I hope that this has been helpful to you. You might have learned at least 1 or 2 points extra. Okay, thank you. Thank you for so patiently listening to it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I would request everyone to please join us for a tea. After attendance, please mark your attendance. That is with Kamakshi. Whoever have marked their attendance, please move for the tea. And please make it little quick because we are already short of time. There is one more session after the tea break. Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome back after tea break. Now we are set for the last session for the day. And this session will be taken by the Himanshi Bhattacharya, who is Senior Executive in Science Communication, India Alliance DBT Wellcome Trust. She will be speaking on the topic of advancing the discovery and innovation to improve health, on how you can actually communicate your science in these areas. So I would request, ma'am, now please proceed.
So while we wait for the others to join, a very good evening to all of you. So I hope you are not very tired. Yes or no? Yes, you have energy. So should I go on? Yeah. So what I will be actually talking on is about science communication, the namesake of this workshop. And so I'll start with a quote. When we feel that when scientists communicate effectively, science thrives, because science it comes correctly from the from the scientists, and if it reaches the public from the scientists, it is how it thrives. So we have seen different modes of science communication since morning. We talked about the ethics of it. We spoke about writing, scientific writing. Now we are talking about science communication. Can you tell me the definition of science communication? Can we all join together to, have an understanding of what science communication means, and how is it different from scientific writing or grant writing? So can I have a few, words from you all? What comes to your mind when you think of science communication? No volunteers? Yes, please. Okay, one answer, writing through scientific language. Outreach to the public. Outreach to the public. Okay. Anybody else?
Sending your findings over in presentation, in conferences and stuff.
Sharing through in conferences. Okay. And anybody else? Through the press as well. Right. I am getting a number of answers. Yes. Any?
Science communication is important because policymakers use our these findings for implementing new, we can say,
new policies.
Yeah, new policies.
Plans. So I got a mixed variety of answers, and none of it is incorrect. Scientific communication, by scientific communication, we means we are communicating our science. But nowadays the term is evolving, SciComm for short. If you talk about science communication, it is known as SciComm.
when we talk about coming for a workshop like this, we say SciComm workshop, we are going for SciComm workshop. So the difference between scientific communication and science communication or scientific writing is that you will be communicating to the public here for SciComm, while in scientific communication, you're communicating from between experts, one scientist to another scientist. So what we are talking about when we go to conferences or we are going to, write a scientific paper is what we are trying to convey to people, specifically within your own domain. If you are a neuroscientist, you will be only speaking to neuroscientists or somebody who's working in that area. But when we talk about science communication, we talk about the other aspect of science, which is the reaching out to the public, the lay person who is not involved in your day-to-day research. Also, a part of science communication talks about reaching to those who are not involved in your research. If you're talking to a mathematician or a biologist is talking to a chemical scientist, so in that case, that also will be kind of science communication, because the same jargon, same language is not used, and you will have to tone down certain aspects of your science to make it relatable to that person. So this is a broad definition of SciComm or science communication, and I'll just read it out. So it is remembered in the form of a A-E-I-O-U vowel analogy. It is awareness. People have to be aware. Enjoyment. You should be able to enjoy a science communication. Interest, opinion forming, and understanding. So all these things are necessary, because while you may be interested in learning more about your own research area, even if somebody is there standing here and giving a 2-hour long talk, you may be interested in noting down points. This is because it will help you further in your research. But if it is somebody from another field, somebody from chemical biology talking to somebody else, then it will be not so interesting if you go on for 2 hours and it's in the same format. So you need a different format for those situations. So now we discussed what science communication is. So we need to know why science communication and how does it fit into this discussion of scientific writing and scientists applying for grants and trying to further their careers. So this is a hard truth. For some it comes naturally, for some it may require practice, but whether you like it or not, in today's age and time, it is not possible for not communicate. If you don't communicate, you do not spread your science and you are not visible in that way. And also another very important point is that just by communicating more, you do not achieve more. And this is very important for scientists to remember, because we have done lots of work. As scientists, as researchers, you have spent years in your lab working on a small aspect of something that is very, very important. And we feel like we need to put everything that is there, that we have worked on, out there. But the ability to curate only those parts that is be specific to the audience and specific to your goal is something scientists are not trained on. As we are trained on how to talk in scientific conferences, but not how to talk to the public. Also, it is necessary to succinctly explain your science, to be able to talk in such a manner that people remember it. If you talk a paragraph, 2 pages, long in a droning voice, nobody is going to remember, no matter how long you speak. If you reflect back on any such presentations or any such discussions or talks you have heard, you will remember only the points where you had some humor, somebody told a joke, or somebody told something important related to your specific work. But rest of the things will just be you will zone out, or it will just go disappear from your memory. So it is very important to be very succinct and be point wise and finish your points in swiftly so that people can retain it for a longer duration. So always remember, it's not by communicating more, but by communicating effectively. And this is something we'll continue talking about today. So this is something I hope you can see it. I don't know if you can see the blue one clearly, but do you all remember receiving any kind of messages like this over during the COVID pandemic? Did you? You know, there is good news. The Wuhan's coronavirus can cure itself by a bowl of freshly boiled garlic water. There are lots of WhatsApp messages that used to be forwarded. Then there will be something that came from, this doctor from this hospital. I think a lot of that came with AIMS doctor. So a simple Google search would even say that there is no such doctor, or even if it is a doctor, the doctor would not send it in a WhatsApp message in a long manner. So misinformation has been a part, as long as science, there has been change, and scientific research has been going on so long, we have had misinformation. Because misinformation spreads because people don't understand clearly what's happening. And COVID was the time when it came to forefront very quickly, because we needed to act swiftly, we needed to know a lot of things, and we are getting different papers every day, a lot of progress was being made in a short time. So we could see the entire process unfolding before our eyes within this 1 or 2 years, everything happening. So this is one example. There were many fake news going about coronavirus, and then scientists stepped in. A lot of scientists who were never seen or never known much stepped in, and they started communicating to the scientists. In India, if you may not know all of their names, like morning they were talking about one of our earlier CEOs, Dr. Shahid Jamil. Then we had many of our fellows, Dr. Gagandeep Kang, all of them were viral in the field of virology, and they were coming in all the discussions that the YouTube videos and also in the news. They came to, because there was so much misinformation, people were making mistakes, so that they could clarify it. And it was done in such a simple manner that people could understand the progress that was being made, which is a huge step forward for science and scientific communication. So this is one of the things which tells us the importance of science communication. But now, all that apart, why is science communication important for all in the scientific community? So the first point is, of course, is a broader objective is to increase the value of research in our society. Second, we discussed already, to reduce scientific misinformation and to promote critical thinking. Third is to build the public's trust and support for science and scientists. To develop evidence-based policies, as we discussed a while ago. To receive new perspective on research. If you talk to people, if you gain knowledge from, collaborate with people, talk about your science in a very simple manner, then people will also understand and ask you questions, sometimes which you may not have the answers to, but that will give you a new direction to your research. To inspire the next generation of researchers, and to set the research priorities that address the need of the people. Again, coming to issues such as COVID or rare diseases or things which are very important for us, there are certain policies also which guide us at times. We may have our own research priorities, but when we often try to link these priorities with the national priorities, and then when we present our research and for our grants, then you also there is a point where you try to align those goals with the larger goals. People talk about sustainable development goals, or they talk about the national policies in different sectors. So how do you align it? Because these goals are the need of the people, and that is why government put it in the policies. And as scientists, you are also working to them. Defeating hunger is important, so we'll be working more towards it for malnutrition and programs like that. And one very important point for India specifically is that scientists are mostly funded by government funds. Even our name is DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance. So if DBT is not there, it's an alliance. So if DBT is not there, we would not be here. So as a scientist or an organization, no matter what fund you have been receiving, it would be the taxpayers' money that the government is supporting you with. And they, as taxpayers, we as taxpayers have a right to shape the research agenda and have a say on how the discoveries are used. Now, that does not mean that they will come and tell you what you have to do in your lab, but they will shape the priorities of the country and shape the priorities of the researchers, because researchers do not live in silos, specifically not in today's times. So everybody has to be connected with the community, and and that is how the discoveries, the taxpayers or the public has a say. So all that is well and good, but apart from that, you as a person, there has to be something that motivates a person to, work for something like science communication. Now, like how many of you have ever done any kind of science communication, even if it's a small talk to a group of children? Can we get a raise of hands? One here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there are quite a lot of them. So I'd love to discuss and know more about your initiatives. So I'm happy to see that it's already a part of the community. But as researchers, it is always publish or perish kind of situation, right? So either you are always in the rat race, or you are running to do this, that, and you have a lot of administrative responsibilities apart from your research group. So how finding time for something as science communication becomes secondary most of the times. So, but why should it be part of your agenda, and why it should be given the same importance as how it benefits you as a person? Because unless it benefits as a person or as a researcher, you would not feel motivated enough to try and get to the next level of how it benefits the society. Because no matter what, we are human, and we always have to feel motivated by some other point. So there are different ways. There is, of course, if you try to explain your science to all the people, they will be your name will be known. Like I have spoken to you about 2-3 names of virologists. How do I know these names? Because I saw them all during the pandemic, that they have been coming over and explaining to things, because I didn't do a research on coronavirus. So how did I get to know all this information from them in a very simple language? So establishing reputation, not only yours, also your universities. Like if if an MITian is going and doing some kind of good SciComm, then it's not only the persons, but also the overall name of the institute that is coming up, because people will then say that MIT has a very good science communication. The researchers have a culture of communicating their science. So that is one area. Next is what I already discussed as new areas of research. You will get many more ideas of research which do not come to you when you are working in silos in your lab and talking to the people, because it's a common problem. When we look at the pictures too close, we don't see the bigger picture. We do not we only focus on the particular gene or particular area where we are working on, and we are not seeing the other aspects of it. And until you learn how to collaborate, you will not be able to see new breakthroughs. And for that, citizens and also the other scientists will help you in reaching new areas of research. Increased visibility, it's the same as establishing a reputation. You will be much more visible. And funding support, including India Alliance and not only India Airlines, a lot of funding agencies now have a section on public engagement. How would you engage with the public about your science communication? Earlier, it was probably not thought of so seriously, but now everybody has included and it is a part which is looked into thoroughly. So it's also very important for your grant applications. And public engagement is not something that comes, in suddenly you want to make, and you need to have some kind of expertise in that. You need to develop your style in that. Now we'll move on to the different SciComm models. So most of you may be knowing this three SciComm science communication models. There's the deficit model, there's the contextual, and the participation model. So I'll just explain in brief about what they are. The first is the deficit model. Deficit model is most popular and mostly used. It assumes that the public who is there is skeptical of science because they do not have knowledge about the thing, about the particular invention. This model was started sometime in the 1960s or 1950s. Relevant knowledge had to be filled, and it was done through different ways. And mainly if you talk about Royal Society of Science, then you'll probably see in history books images of spectacles scientists talking from a large stage to a lot of people about some important discovery. So this is the image that follows this model. This model is still valid today. It's not that we will not use it, but this should be always used as a first stepping stone, the first stone. When there is something new, I continue with the same example of COVID. When it was new, none of us knew about it. That time, this model helped us. This model, through different modes, brought the information to us. But then, when we had to take decisions and further actions, then we have to move on to newer models. Next comes the contextual or dialogue model. In this model, scientists by 1980s began to feel that it's not only us telling the public also has something to say. They have begun to form their opinions, and informal discussions with the public made them realize that they can also, while answering questions from the public, they can also find out new ways on how to help the people. So this model also is helpful for the scientists, and this is most widely used in the form of science fairs, science cafes, exhibitions, panel discussions, and in case of clinical scientists by patient engagement, and also policy engagement. So this is the model which is currently being used mostly. And there is third model which evolved around the 2000, around the millennium. So it involves a collaboration between scientists and public. In this, the public is also an equal actor in the common goal of research. So it involves dialogue, interaction, and participation with non-academics. It is about listening to the views of the public and the values of what it is offering to them. So it includes discussions with public groups, collaborating with creative arts, designers, and participatory action research and citizen science, all those kinds of things. So earlier, before that, we did not have this kind of collaborators. Scientists did not think of citizens as somebody who could provide knowledge. Traditional knowledge at times was not accepted. There were studies were not done on them, and there was no validity. So they were just removed as hearsay. That is something they practice, but has no validity. But later on, it began developing, and their knowledge was taken, and scientific methods were applied to them. It was found that a lot of this traditional knowledge also has some kind of validity, and then they began to provide scientific explanations for that. So in that way, all of them became co-actors in the method of creating the new knowledge. So some of the tools and discussions that I already discussed are creative arts. So a lot of collaboration is happening nowadays. So if you talk about something, there is something called Sci Art. I don't know if you are aware of that. Have you seen any Sci-Art combination happening over YouTube or LinkedIn? Has anybody encountered anything like that? So there are a lot of scientists who are also good artists, and they have combined this two and tried to develop into artistic ways of explaining a process. Earlier there used to be only medical illustrations or small kind of illustrations, very simple. We would open our biology textbooks and there would be a very black and white kind of drawing of a plant with something happening, and we would not get the clear picture of what's happening. But things are changing now. Now you can actually see videos of how the minerals and waters are moving up in the plant. Now you can see how the molecules are combined. You can see the conformations. So all of this you can see. And how did this come about? Scientists alone would not be able to do that. A scientist may not be always a good artist or good designer. So there will be graphical designers who will join together with the scientists and create some work of Sci-Art, which will then benefit the next them. And of course, we talked about graphical abstract in the morning. So graphical abstract is also something which is more and more publications are asking you for, and there is a lot of new, in fact, if I'm saying Sci-Art, I think there's a illustrative body named as Sci-Art, a company, and similar to that there are many Sci-Art related scientific illustrative companies who actually help you design your graphical design. So this is a new field coming on because science communication has become important. And I'm talking about Sci-Art, but it has to do with all kinds of them. There are other examples that I'll show where science is combined with dance, or science is done through poetry. So a lot of these engagements are happening. And when you talk about citizen science, yes, please. Sci-Toon. It's a science cartoon actually. Yeah, please go ahead.
Actually, I'm asking this question because this Sci-Toon technique is developed by Indian scientists. He's from CDRI Lucknow, Dr. Pradeep Jaswal. Okay, he is the father of Sci-Toon technology
Thanks for informing.
in India.
Thanks for informing. So you may have noticed, this is a good point that actually reminded me. You may have noticed since our morning we have been using a lot of cartoons in our presentations. Now, these cartoons not only make the presentation look visually appealing, but it also helps you understand some important point that I am trying to explain in one paragraph in such a simple way. So I'll also show you some cartoons like that. So Sci-Toon is now being used as a term, just like Sci-Com, Sci-Art. So Sci-Toon has become, if you look at the hashtag of Sci-Toon in social media, you'll find out many who are doing scientific cartoons. So they're trying to explain a lot of scientific concepts through science art and doing it in a very, very beautiful way. So I'll move on to the next slide. So if you now have to begin your scientific communication, or since most of you have already done your scientific communication, so please feel free to share your experiences. I will just narrate the broad points that I feel are very important while making your science communication. So again, as I mentioned, this is one cartoon. I don't know if you can you read it from the back? Does anybody relate to this? I know most of you are researchers, clinicians, young researchers. There are researchers with a lot of experience. But if I go and ask somebody in your family, what does your, whatever relation is there, what does so and so do? How many of your family members would be able to explain it? And your close family members, and that too, if they of course they don't have to be a scientist. If they are a scientist in your same field, and that's cheating. But other than that, can they? No. How do they say, like this cartoon, right? Somebody says, "Hi, are you a postdoc?" My partner is postdoc. She's in biology, but that's all I know. Kind of, I have no idea what my spouse does, which is a very, very common. Like it happens to all of us. We are like, sometimes we hear our family members describing our job to somebody else, and it's completely not in sync with what there'll be one or two words, and rest all is something else. You'd be wondering what their job is. So this is what happens. This is a SciComm fail that we like to show as an example, because SciComm will start from our own home. You don't need to always start with fancy programs and workshops and all that. That will happen much later. It's an iterative process. And because as scientists, we're not trained in it, so to have to reach to that level where we can, do a great sci art or a great illustration or something, you will have to have a lot of practice, and you will have to take feedback from your colleagues. So if while listening to me or any of us, if you are scribbling anything on in your copy, or if you are having some ideas also, that also can develop into some kind of SciComm. So the other talent that you always have may develop into a SciComm, and it's very important in today's world, because SciComm has become as I said, become a part of your grant applications, has become a part of you as a scientist. So can anybody recognize this? Have you seen this? It's mentioned there. Flatten the curve means we use this term very much in COVID times, flatten the curve. And after a point, we did not even describe what it means. This graphic also was very much popularized, and this has not much, writing on it. You'll see there's a graph with a number of cases rising, and then you wash your hands and the cases drop down. This is a perfect example of a simple science communication. It can be for anybody. It doesn't need for somebody to read English to read this. You can it's so simple. You can translate it into any language, or even if you don't, just remove the words and it will still be as effective. This is because of the simplicity of the message. They want to give only one message, that wash your hands, keep yourself keep yourself safe in a safe distance, and that's enough. So simple science communication for the general public has always to be simple and has to have a key message. We'll talk more about this when we. So I'll now move on to the steps or in fact the key points that you need to remember when you have your plan your SciComm. So anything you do, you are drawing, you are singing, you are doing and writing a popular piece, please keep this checklist with you and tick. The more number of checks you have, that means the more effective your SciComm is going to be. The first thing is know your audience. So before we came here, we asked for a list, what did you do? What is your background? So that we have a fair view of how to prepare our communication for. If we were expecting only master students, our communication would have been different. If we are expecting only postdocs, our communication has been different. And in this case, we have a mixed bag. So our communication is a bit different. Of course, with again, I said it's an iterative process. So once we go back from here, I'm sure all of my colleagues and I will reflect back, will assess what we did and did not do right, and how to, next time we have a mixed bag of crowd. So how do we go from it, from your feedback? So this is very important. But first, know your audience. There will be different beliefs, prior knowledge, and there may be misinformation that is already a part of the their education system. So what do you have to, how do you have to approach? You always, when you talk to people who have been misinformed about something or holds some kind of beliefs, like in certain countries, if you go and talk about evolution, it becomes a really it's becomes a issue with them, because their religion does not believe in it. Some religion will not believe in it, so it will become an issue. So you have to always be very sensitive. As scientists, you are wired to speak the hard truth, because the truth is the truth, and we have the facts, and we all have all our data with it. But when you are approaching and interacting with the public, that won't work. You have to be very sensitive about how you reached out to them, look into their beliefs, how their beliefs came about, and then in a gentle manner find an inlet and then discuss with them. Try to talk in their language, preferably. Of course, if you don't know their language, try to learn a few words so that your communication becomes easier, and try to understand the culture. Next is the goal. So now in the goal, what do you do? Any ideas on what your goal of a science communication should be? The 2 points here: what do they want to know, and what do you want to tell them? Okay, they need not align, but they have to be. Then both of these answers have to be met. So you are here today with some expectations of learning some science communication related points, and I am here to talk about science communication. Our goals are mostly aligning, and I'm trying to explain it. But sometimes it does not align. For example, if you are going a child is going to a science museum, and as an educator in a museum, you want to explain to them how this works, you want to tell them how volcanoes work, but the child only wants to go and enter and see all the wonderful things. There are so many buttons to click, and he or she wants to do that. And if you stand in front of them and in a very stern voice, and like, now you listen to me, I'm going to tell you about volcanoes, then they will be put off, and they will not even roam around you. They will run. So you have to let them play. You have to let them have fun, which is why they think they are here for. And you then introduce your information, that see how wonderful it was. Did you have fun? And then you go ahead. So it's a way of communicating, and how you communicate is what your strengths are. You play with your strengths. If you're a good writer and not a good orator, then you may probably write very interesting, funny, humor-filled articles for people. If you're a good orator and you're good with children, then you will probably do something with children. So you look at your strengths and build upon that. It's not that you cannot be a good orator. You can try, and whatever is not your weakness, you should always try to develop it. But your strengths, you should try to use it to the fullest. Then this is something you may have heard again and again and again. De-jargonize. There's so much jargon in our lives that in our daily lives, when we are reading research papers, we don't even realize some of these terms are jargons for other people. You think of technical terms as the name of a bacteria or name of a some anatomical part as technical stuff. But sometimes it's very confusing terms, such as theory. What a scientist means by theory and what a general person means by theory is completely different. Correlation is something people get wrong. What does correlation mean? There are many newspaper articles. When you write there's a correlation between these two factors, then next day you will find in the newspaper, so and so causes so. This will cause cancer. So it immediately becomes into a causation. So you have to be very careful, especially when you are dealing with the media. I hope all of your sciences, like all of your science, when it goes to the media or when you are talking to the media, there you'll always notice there are some kinds of media will always try to put it in a way that it is, it's a clickbait. So how do you help, minimize words such as this, that they do not misinterpret it? How do you explain it to them so that they write it correctly is also in your hand. Similarly, words like fault. Now, if I say fault, what comes to your mind? Mistakes? Yes. And error. Okay. Anything else? Broken. Okay. Defect. Anybody else? Loopholes. Okay, I got a lot of adjectives for errors and mistakes, and I got one for broken, which is, so fault has two different meanings, because I am asking this audience who is mostly into the biological sciences. Am I correct? Most of the audience here is biological sciences. So when I say theory or some other part, you can easily correlate. Again, I use correlate. But then it's when you say fault, it always comes to whose fault it is, whose mistake it is. But it's not. There's another fault we know when there's an earthquake, because there's no geologist here. And fault is such a simple term. This is how mistakes happen. So if you write, a geologist writes fault something in the title and sends it to a media person, the person will completely take it in a different way. So words like model, there are two different meanings. Mean. What we understand by mean and somebody is being mean, it's different. So there are many confusing terms. It's in English and we have so many confusing terms. Imagine how hard we'll have to work when we work in like other languages, try to do psychom in other languages. This is the example of de-jargonizer. So you have a link, I can't show the link here, but it's if you go to Google and type de-jargonizer, you will see where you can paste your whatever content you have written, and then it will come. It will show you what are the jargons you are using. Just go and copy paste and it will show you how many jargons they will I'm breaking things here now. So what are the things that are there? So in this case, somebody put up their paper and just showed how the jargonizer can help. So I'm just read out a few in between. Somebody says myocardial infarction. Maybe a doctor will understand. Person like me will understand only heart attack. Myocardial infarction may give lead, hearing that would maybe lead to a heart attack for me, because it seems so dangerous for me. And BP, we are very clueless. We'll say BP, but not if you go to a villager and say your BP is high, BP is low, he or she would not understand. Virulence is a term that was used very much during COVID times again. It's something which causes disease. Or limbs, even limbs, words such so similar as limbs is not understood by everybody all the time. So all these kinds of words, this is mostly a lot of it is from biological sciences, but you get the idea. If you have any kind of communication ever to do, you want to speak to somebody, then you can use de-jargonizer. The next is the key message. So decide on the key message you want to leave your audience with. I can take the liberty of coming to this audience here who are like experts and, give you a lot of messages, because I know you will be able to retain it, because you're discussing about science communication, and it's not as if I am talking about something completely new here. It's something you have heard about. We are just focusing on this for a while. So, but for the public who is hearing it for the first time, you need to have a so what message. You need to have a key message you want to leave the audience with. coming back again and again back to the most convenient examples of COVID times, I will say that you all may have noticed posters, videos, small, Instagram posts, whatever on the different parts of the COVID. So if you wanted somebody to vaccinate, you would write about the vaccine, how it benefits you, and then you will go and end it with a message to go and vaccinate. You will not start with like there are different kinds of vaccines. This is mRNA vaccine, does this, that. It's not necessary for a public. If they have your only message is to go and vaccinate because it's safe for you, then you'll talk about the benefits of vaccination and how and where they should go to get themselves vaccinated. If you want to talk about COVID and the safety treatments at home, probably you will use the earlier message. So you have to have one key message for one poster. I've seen many people make the mistake of wanting to get all the information out and putting it on one big poster or one big video, everything about that. Everything about a particular disease, about a particular study they're doing it. So always try to leave one message, one important message, and probably a two smaller messages leading to it. But for a public or any kind of expert who is not from your field, always leave that message that you are trying to convey. Only that, because the public's question is always, so what? Like if you reflect back on, if I ask you to talk about what your research is, just think about it. Would you be able to explain it so that the public understands? You may have to, look into it several times, reiterate it several times. Even explaining my job, what I do as a science communicator, I'll have to think many times. So I talk about science. What science? Why is it important? So what? Why should I be interested as a public? So then I go and talk about, because the scientists are doing something. They're doing something in another, and doing their research, and I'm trying to explain it to you in a simpler manner so that you understand what to do, how to take decisions related to your medical history or any other decision. So I'll just have an example for you. So can you find the so what in this statement? Like there are three sentences, and just you have to identify which is the so what of the statement, key message. Which one? Okay. I have one for the red one. Okay. Anybody else? So can you tell us why you feel it's the red one? Okay. So you want to say that this study identifies a regulator responsible for regeneration of muscle stem cells, and which is required for maintaining stem cell dormancy under normal situations. This is the statement. So how do you feel the person will be able to understand what the lay person will understand from this? Yes. So the key message that you should highlight first, that's any more guess? Anybody else? I hope this is making sense. Okay. Can you tell me why? Yes, I agree with you. This is the last sentence, and this it's not as if the other sentences are not useful, but you have to start with why they want to listen to you. You have to start with we are going to talk about something which helps in repair of your muscles, skeletal muscles after injury. If you have some kind of particular injury, then how it will help you, and then you go on about how we studied and all that, because that's the hook. We call it the hook also. It's something you will bring the audience in, because they are not in science. So yes, you are correct. Thank you. Next is, of course, be creative. I'm using very simple visuals from our 12th standard biology, probably. Use analogies and visuals wherever applicable. So DNA is like a spiral staircase, is something everybody remembers. This is something, even if we study more and more about DNA and know a lot about what bonds with who, we'll still remember this sentence, because this is something which gave us a visual representation of it. So analogies are also very helpful in making an idea of how it is. Blood vessels are like highways, and blockages are like car crashes which block the highway, and then hard blockages, then how do you pass through? The other cars can't pass through. So these are stories. These are, of course, very simplified ones, but for your own research you will be able to make them like somebody, if you are working in neurobiology, they would probably bring up the picture of a mirror neuron and tell you that if you look at yourself in the mirror and stand, it's like the same mirror neuron. So same things like that. Gene regulation works like a brake and an accelerator in a car. In a recent conclave we had at India Alliance, so one of our fellows had a very very nice, of course, all of them have very wonderful research going on, but then I am not capable of understanding all the intricacies of them. So we asked them a simple message on how to what is your science about, and he gave a very interesting explanation. And I don't remember all the explanation. I just remember the last sentence, how the first and last sentence that he said. He said that through this gene, imagine you are sitting in a car, and instead of a key, you have a spaghetti. You have a noodle. It will not enter. You will not be able to turn on your key. But once that gene comes, it will become a key for a moment or two. You start your car, you move on, the activities happen, and again it returns back to its spaghetti format. Such a easy way for me to remember. I remember his research and I will remember it forever. Try to be creative about your research. Tonight, just go home and try to find out how to explain to your child, how to explain to your wife or husband or parents about how my science is like that. Of course, it's going to take time, but it's really interesting when someone does that. I had watched around 40 to 50 videos, and within 2 days before that, because I was trying to make a concise video format, and I was re-watching those videos again and again, because I had to know where to cut and where to end so that the next video begins. And then of all those 50 videos, this is the one I remember. You want people to remember your science. So this is what you should do. So I'll have to thank him for his example, for using his example. So last time also, when I went to another SciComm in NCCS Pune, there were a lot of students, actually, younger students. And some of them gave some wonderful, somebody was working on cancer, and they gave a wonderful example of, I told him, just give me an example of how you would go to a village and explain to them why they need to have their blood test done for the whatever particular work you are doing, and how you will help them from that. And he explained a setting with a lot of nicely, and then he went and told that the blood cells that are there, so imagine there are 10 people who are thieves. So one of them is a thief, and you have to do that. So the thief will have, chor ki dari mein tinka, we say, no? So that he said that somebody will have a different color in his shirt, and that by that this diagnostic will be able to see which is the culprit, which is the thief, and the thief is the cancer cell, and that is how I'll explain. So easy, and yet his research was one of the in his research articles, if I have to read, I will not be able to probably understand that. So he told us a story. This is what you have to do. Sometimes the hero will be you. Sometimes it will be your, molecule or whatever gene or whatever you are working on. Sometimes it will be just probably the model you have worked on. So it will change. You can only design your story. I can't design it for you. I just take examples from all of you and spread it to the next SciComm. So you begin with a problem and give a solution. You take it from point A to some point B, any point A to any point B, or from beginning to end. How it is, it will differ. If it is basic science research, maybe you will not have a solution to the problem, because first of all, you are not studying a problem. You're studying a particular basic research, and it will not probably be translatable to the human research very soon. So you will then have to take it from point A to point B. And then sometimes it is from beginning to end. So some of this I would urge you to look into the India Alliance website and many other websites which publish research articles. Go to all the where they write about the research. Not, of course, you will be reading research articles for yourself, but read how they portray the research, how the title is written. If I had time, I would have shown you a lot of websites, but I'll still show you a few examples of how to do it. So tell a story like the spaghetti key story. Keep it short. I know I'm going long, and it is not, it's ironic that I'm telling you to keep it short, but yeah, keep it short. Longer, as I said, it's not necessary that you have to speak a little for the people to understand. People are also intelligent, and they will gain from a very few words sometimes. Ask yourself if knowing the name of a gene is important for the audience. So if you're talking about a disease that is caused by a particular gene, and this gene happens to, then somewhere there is a promoter gene, somewhere is it all necessary for them? No, you just have to start and show. So always remember what is important, what is not. Show it to as many people who are not involved in your research as you can, so that they understand. Go and practice at your home. I'm sure your people in your home will be cursing me in a month, but I won't be here, so I don't mind. You can go and try it out on them. Why do you have to always listen to them telling the mistaken version of what you are doing? So why don't then torture them a little bit? I'm of course joking. Don't torture them. So this is another one. Can you explain this to a lay person? Can you volunteer? Yes, please try. There's no right or wrong answer here. Please, you can tell me what you want to remove, what you feel is unnecessary. Okay, I'll ask questions now. Does the public need to know the name of Orienta? I can't even read it. No need. Okay. Does the public need to know that it is a zoonotic bacterial infection? Yes. So how do you tell about zoonotic? It is zoonotic.
क्योंकि अब लेमैन को बताना है तो सिंपल आना पड़ेगा, अपनी लैंग्वेज में ही आना पड़ेगा. तो हमें ये बताना पड़ेगा अगर वो कोई जैसे फिश खा रहे हैं कोई और वो फिश में कोई परजीवी है, तो अगर वो परजीवी आपके शरीर में आता है, क्योंकि वो मछली का परजीवी है, तो चांसेस नहीं है कि आपको इन्फेक्ट करेगा, बट कभी वो आपको भी बीमार कर सकता है. तो इसलिए आपको प्रिकॉशन लेना होगा, उस मछली को खाने से पहले अच्छे से पकाना होगा. ये इस तरह से.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. ये बहुत ही अच्छा एग्जाम्पल था. इतने कम टाइम में ही gave such a wonderful example. Thank you so much for that. So उनको ये जानने की जरूरत नहीं कि ये कौन से ट्रायंगल से इस रीजन से ये हुआ या उनको, बट उनको ये जानना जरूरी है कि मछली के पकाने से या फिर किसी भी एनिमल से, जो हम अभी एग्जांपल के तौर पे ले रहे हैं. एंड अनदर इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट दैट इज लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग, that we have to mention to them. So like this, whenever you have any kind of scientific information you want to spread, you will have to look through it and scrub away the unnecessary information. Unnecessary for them, not for you. So I'll quickly move through because there's a lot, I've taken a lot of time. So of course, when to communicate, it's not like all of your research needs to be communicated. Some are really only about methodologies. Some are going to talk only about some clinical aspects of it, some other aspects of it. So it's not necessary that you go and talk about everything. But when to communicate, when you must always communicate, is when the news will affect people's lives. That is a very important part. That an example we saw. Interesting, unusual stories, amazing stories. Something that was really a beautiful, crystal that has been formed. I keep on seeing nowadays people are making crystals from some water, some different forms of, and showing it. So make it something so that it's unusual or amazing. Uniqueness, first make news. First of anything makes news. Now there was a pig heart transplant into human that made news. But suppose 20 years later, pig heart becomes it's a common thing, then it won't make news. When there was probably first heart transplant successfully done, there was news. But now can we know, even journalists will listen to us that heart transplant kiya hai, please news mein de do. Nobody will give. It has to be something unique. Topical. It has to be current or emerging fields like, something related to stem cells, something related to climate change, which is the emerging topic. And of course, images make a good story. Sometimes you just don't need to write, read, speak, or do anything. Just images like I showed you in the first one. That was a GIF, but any image. Like if I talk about climate change for hours, or if I show a picture of thin ice and there is a polar bear which is about to sink, which will have more impact? Which would you remember for a long time? The polar bear one. So you have to, again, the James Webb telescope, when it came, all of us are not astronomers or astrophysicists, but everyone was captured by it because it was such a wonderful image. We wanted to know more about it. So on and on. So you can always identify the best among which fits what and go on. I'll now try to move fast. This we have already, the communication style, what we discussed in the morning, we have to give background, supporting details, and then results and conclusions. The IMRAD structure that we discussed in the data, now it flips over and we call over in case of public. You start with so what, then you tell the story because now you have hooked them in. you have reeled them in, and then you give the supporting details, whatever is necessary. So this is kind of the same thing, setting the scene, introduce the study, background information, and implications if there are any broader implications, and try to add a human element. Tell your own story, give your own examples that will make the story more relatable. So as I already mentioned, that you have to play to your strengths. Somebody who's good in written communication, go for a blog, go for a lay summary, write a small book, children's book on it, write a review article, a journal article. If you're good in oral communication, do lectures, meetings, presentations, interviews, YouTube, you can do any of it. If it is visual, then you will of course have comics, documentaries, YouTube channel, whatever you want to do. So play to your strengths. I'll not spend much time here. And of course, try to communicate in your local language. This is because the SciComm in local languages is really less at the moment, and we want more people to be engaged in science. So again, I will show. And I will urge you to go to India Alliance website. It's indiaalliance.org. You will see scientific writing versus lay writing. So what we do is we ask highlights from our scientists and make their highly technical papers into small lay writing. So here is a fellow's research which we published as When Worms Get Tipsy. So this can't be in the name of a scientific paper, but this can be in the name of a layman writing. So we ask about what makes people so dazed after taking in alcohol. Your brain transmission, your brain and central nervous system, there is some change. So investigating the network in humans, you can study about it. So lucky us, an excessive consumption of alcohol makes worms tipsy too. Why lucky us? You can't just feed alcohol to a person and skip studying it. We have studied about human, ethics in the morning. You can't just, when there is an alternative available, you have to always use the alternative. So worms, and then the study was on the worms, and then there was something that could be correlated to humans. The actual title of the paper is something so different. Increased dopaminergic neurotransmission results in ethanol-dependent sedative behaviors in C. elegans. None of the words, probably the word behavior and results, other than that, will register with a normal person. Reaching from there to going to one worms get tipsy is not something easy to do. Write and rewrite many times. You have to really hone your skill. But if you are interested in writing, this is the one way to go. So these are some of the examples of science communications that we have done at India Alliance. So you can go again to our YouTube channel and look at some of them. We also have some podcasts. We have supported also Nature India. Nature. So Nature India has a series of podcasts that is supported by us.
This episode.
Sorry, I don't have it. You can go and watch it there. I'll briefly talk about social media because I cannot go without the important place. So where people are there. Unfortunately or fortunately, everybody is in social media these days. And we are all in the digital world all the time. And we have to take science to where the people are. And people are, if you go in a metro or if you go in a bus, you'll always see there with their heads down. So to take scientists to the social media, I just have a few key points to remind you. Focus on your messaging. Look at Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, blogs. Where is your reader? Whom do you want to reach? The teenagers? Then you will probably go to Instagram. If you want to reach some other demographic, the scientists, a lot of scientists are on Twitter. If you want to build not only the science and but also reach out to the different institutions, many of them are also on LinkedIn. So you have to look at the message, how you structure the message based on all of this. Build your networks. Social media provides a lot of visibility. Try to tag correctly. By tag correctly means you have to know what is the tag going on. Sometimes what people do is like if there's a science communication workshop here at MIT, hashtag science communication workshop at MIT. That will not work. You have to hashtag science communication, probably tag MIT, tag India Alliance. And by tagging us, it's not like you are only highlighting us, because India Alliance has a lot of followers. MIT would have a lot of followers. So by tagging, your reach is increasing. By hashtagging, you are increasing. So suppose you want to use a hashtag you really disliked, or you really thought that today was a waste, you want to and put it on social media, then you will don't tag us that time. We'll have to go back to our offices in one piece. But if you really liked something, then you can say science communication, hashtag SciComm, and tag India Alliance, probably tag MIT, and tag your institute with thanks that for letting us spend 2 days here. So things like that will help you make reach better. So this is just an example of what to post where. In LinkedIn, you can post a summary, simple summary of your paper accompanied by a link. In Twitter, you can tweet the summary even shortly, and on your also tag your university or personal handle with a link. Facebook can also be about graphical abstract. Facebook is used less in professional capacity, but some people still use it. Some institutions still continue. So we also have our Facebook page. So you can post about the paper. Instagram is mostly for pictures. So if you have a nice image, post it on Instagram. And of course, YouTube, you post your video along with a description. In fact, the irony is that the place where I got some of my information related to science, so I have this habit of looking, keeping my SciComm videos, and sometimes I watch this. The irony is that the video I got some of this information from, I'll share probably after the workshop a link with, had only 2 followers. The channel had 2 followers and 0 likes, because they talked about it. They did not put any hashtag. They did not write anything about the video. They did not tag any handle. So the video is there. Science social. If you went type, it would be very difficult to find, because it was like I was hunting for something else when I found this. So social media for scientists. No. But it was not tagged as hashtag social media, not hashtag scientist, scientific researcher, nothing. So video has 0 followers. As of a week ago, they would surely have 1 more. I gave a like out of my own, thankfulness for their content. So this is where I got the idea to write it like this. So this is what I mean by the irony of what I saw. There are some other, this kind of statistics keep coming. I'm not saying this is the only thing, but there are certain best times to post on social media. And depending on your demographic, because this is a general one, when most people are watching, it's mostly the times you will see Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday is a very big theme. I'll have to find out more about why it is so, but these are some of the common things. But you can also find out from your own experience when you tweet and when you get the most retweets, when your colleagues are most likely to see it on their way to work, probably tweeting on while in the journey. So you will have to do your own research for that. So I'll briefly move through the public. In the morning, I spoke about this public engagement partnerships. Your institute wants to engage with India Alliance for any kind of public engagement. We are always there to support you. If nothing else, we'll guide you and give you some examples of what you have done, and probably we can discuss. So we have done with different institutes, colleges and all. Then there is a small funding available for public engagement. It is from 50,000 to 10 lakh, and it's currently round the year funding. So you can write to us at any of our email IDs. There is a public.engagement email ID, and there is a communications email ID in our website. You can write to us and come up with your own innovative ideas. And we have a lot of discussions. So all the people, our managers and all of us sit together and have discussions. And sometimes the idea you bring out turns to be something that, we make a lot of changes and finally there is common objective that comes out of it. So you can go to our YouTube again for more information. So this is one example of a documentary on unsung scientists. These are some pictures that I have from our earlier programs. So you can have puppet show on science and so many things. Then these are some of the recent ones that we have funded. Some podcasts, a planetary health interpretation center in Arunachal Pradesh. So these are some useful resources. I will just skip through this. You can go to Nature Education Skytable. The next is TED Talks. There are lots of TED Talks. You can just nowadays look through it and you'll be able to see some good ones. Coursera has a number of effective science communication courses. Will do much better job than me, I'm sure. So you can always go to this. Then this is interesting. Whether or not you dance, it's very wonderful to watch Dance Your PhD. So it's very wonderful to watch. They have a lot of contests and they have the runner-ups and the finalists there. So you can watch how they dance about molecular biology and how they dance about atoms and symmetry, all of those. Then there are several newsletters. There is one PsychOmer newsletter. Of course, there is the DST, augmenting writing skills for articulating research. This is mainly for scientific writing, popular science writing. So you can also try for their grants. And of course, contact us here. I hope I know I stretched beyond time, but thank you so much for patiently listening to me. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take today or even tomorrow we can discuss. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your patience listening. I hope it was very insightful day for all of us. All of you must have learned new things as we have, or we all also learned new things along with you people. Thank you, Dr. Soumya Kanti Ghosh, and Dr. Tanya Das, Ms. Himanshri Bhattacharya, Ms. Isha, for your insightful information about science communication. It was very fruitful day for all of us. Thank you once again for the day. Now we are concluding for the day. Thank you. And tomorrow we will be starting the session 9 a.m. sharp. So all are requested to be present here at 9 a.m. Thank you.